I think it's fair to say that the neuroscientist Andrew Huberman is the patron saint of the Griftoverse. This video is a little different from what you normally see on this channel. It's gonna be long, like really long. Like you're probably not gonna finish it in one sitting long. I mean, it's even longer than a typical Joe Rogan episode. That's because we are going to go through a journey of space and time to understand the core pieces of the narrative arc of Huberman's public career and boil it all down into a single compilation video. Before we get into it, though, I want to give you a quick primer on who Andrew Huberman actually is. Andrew Huberman has bona fides from Stanford, a square jaw, and the persistent ability to tackle complex scientific topics in a way that is accessible but also doesn't feel dumbed down for the audience. His fame really took off after he launched the Huberman Lab podcast in 2021. And you might remember, this was about a year into the COVID-19 epidemic when people were feeling confused and disoriented by public health mandates and vaccine skepticism. The world was looking for someone they could put their trust in, and millions gravitated to his advice and science-based protocols. To his credit, a lot of what he said was remarkable and immediately useful. His episodes on the neurological effects of alcohol prompted millions of people to cut back on drinking. Consistent focus on the importance of sleep and exercise encouraged people to take relatively simple steps to immediately improve their overall well-being. But like many pieces of scientific certainty that grew out of the COVID-19 era, there was also something deeply disturbing about Huberman's internet presence. And it wasn't just all of the supplements that he was slinging. Scientists began to notice inconsistencies in the way he presented evidence, saying that many of Huberman's simplifications were flat out wrong. Sometimes his advice and protocols could be dangerous. My own personal take is that his rise to internet fame compromised his scientific integrity. Nonetheless, most of this at the time was just internet chatter. The tenor of the conversation changed in March 2024 when New York Magazine released a piece detailing numerous sexual affairs and his narcissistic and even psychopathic tendencies. The story included interviews with at least 5 unnamed women, but at least 2 have now come out publicly. And because I knew Huberman since 2018 and saw his transformation from obscurity to super fame, I turned out to be a key source for that piece. That was 2 years ago, and Huberman might not be as omnipresent as he was back in the COVID era, but he still has one of the most significant presences in the science podcast format, which is as good as a reason as any to dig in with this compilation. We're going to get into all of this and so much more. First, starting with what I think is my best Huberman video of all, one that clearly shows how he changes his scientific opinions depending on whomever is sponsoring his show. Through another video on how he manipulates scientific evidence in his own academic papers and the journals that he edits to make it more interesting for when those pieces get talked about on his podcast. Then I'll play you some reaction videos where he and Joe Rogan and others react to the sexual abuse allegations from the New York Magazine piece. And there's a whole bunch of more goodies in there. I can't wait for you to see them all. I've included chapter markers in the timeline and links to the original videos in the description for your viewing convenience. Feel free to skip around, and I won't mind, I promise. Think of this compilation as a sort of audiobook that you can have in the background when you fold laundry, a lot of laundry, like 7 hours of laundry, or work out, or maybe you're just beginning a road trip across the country. Maybe it's the sort of thing that you want to have on while you make dinner, or take a nap, or fall asleep. Maybe my voice is very soporific. I don't know. Let me know down in the comments. I've edited out a lot of the promotional parts and the credit sections of the videos. And if you happen to be a super fan, you'll also find a few Easter eggs along the way. So with that out of the way, first up is documenting Andrew Huberman's lies. This is Andrew Huberman.
Before we begin, I'd like to emphasize that this podcast is separate from my teaching and research roles at Stanford.
In 2021, just a few years ago, Huberman had what seemed like a definitive stance on blue light and circadian rhythms.
It doesn't matter if you block the blues.
Yeah.
If you're looking at bright light at night, you're going to disrupt your circadian cycle.
Absolutely.
He even sort of made fun of companies that sold gimmicky products to block blue light.
The concept of blue light being bad led to a lot of product development
But last month, he changed his tune.
Roca and I designed these glasses, which, as you can see, have red lenses that filter out the specific short wavelengths of light that activate the cells that wake you up.
Did a lucrative sponsorship opportunity change his opinion on settled science? Or was this, in reality, a gift to his audience?
It is, however, part of my desire and effort to bring zero cost to consumer information about science and science-related tools to the general public.
Maybe the sponsorship was a necessary tool to keep the lights on at Huberman HQ.
In keeping with that theme, I'd like to thank the sponsors of today's podcast. Our first sponsor is Roca.
And you can thank these very special sponsors too if you just
enter the code Huberman to get 20% off your first order.
Which sort of begs the question. How much money does it take to change Huberman's opinion on settled science?
I could imagine that he stands to make millions, especially if he's getting a significant portion of sales.
Just based on what I charge, I don't think I would do any deals if they were under $500,000, maybe even $1 million with his audience and his influence.
This is really like what you would call conflicts of interest. It seems very strange that someone who professes that he's providing things at zero cost is doing something like this, because you don't need glasses like this.
Blue filter glasses. This seems like a brilliant idea, except that studies have shown that it probably doesn't work.
And I have to ask, are these partnerships even legal under FDA guidelines that outlaw making specific health claims for these kinds of products?
Practically, wearing red lens glasses such as these can keep what's called your cortisol, a stress hormone, low. These lenses allow you to transition to a calm and sleepy state, to wind down.
So let's dig in and figure out what's really going on with the most popular science communicator on the internet, Andrew Huberman. A few years ago, when Huberman appeared on the podcast scene, it seemed like there was finally a voice of reason and a source for unbiased scientific information that everyone could trust.
Welcome to the Huberman Lab podcast, where we discuss science and science-based tools for everyday life.
What could be better than a plain-speaking Stanford professor digging into a mountain of scientific literature and distilling everything down into discrete science-based protocols for the everyman? After all, most of his recommendations were free. Get early morning sunlight to set your circadian rhythm. Do a little light yoga meditation.
Welcome to this 20-minute non-sleep deep rest protocol.
Get cold and get hot and work out. He brought on people who he said were the top scientists in their respected fields when he strayed out of his core expertise of ophthalmology. It really did seem that his audience was getting a great deal on a free Stanford education. He was speaking science on Rogan and fighting back against poorly researched bro scientists and wellness grifters. From Dave Asprey.
I have doubled my deep sleep by using the glasses I made for sleep.
To Ben Greenfield.
Hey, I'm Ben Greenfield. If you see me wearing blue light blocking glasses, 9 times out of 10, I'm wearing the raw optics version.
And whoever this is.
So everybody loves the red glasses. They want to know, why are you wearing the red glasses? And the red glasses are to block the blue light that is coming off of all of these lights that I'm around.
He seemed different than every other wellness influencer out there because of his credentials.
And at night, it doesn't matter if you have blue blockers on. The people that made these products failed to actually read the papers start to finish, or if they did, they didn't comprehend a critical element.
But was he really unbiased? For every free hack that he doled out, it also seemed that there was a raft of supplemental products that people could opt into. His actual sponsors were a who's who of wellness bro staples, like Athletic Greens.
Learn more at athleticgreens.com.
A company that was literally founded by a convicted criminal who fled prosecution in New Zealand for unfair business dealings. Chris Ashenden's green powder skyrocketed to success not on the merits of its spirulina research, but because of its generous marketing plan that shared 30% of revenue with influencers.
Just go to athleticgreens.com/Huberman.
I did a whole video on AG1 that you should definitely check out. AG1 hired the most powerful defamation lawyer in the country to kill this video before it ever aired. But as you can see, it didn't work. And Huberman, well, he drove a huge number of subscriptions to AG1, even as his fellow influencers were skeptical of the endorsement.
Calling, for example, Athletic Greens 1 or AG1 a high-quality greens powder is a little misleading.
This episode is brought to you by Athletic Greens. Yeah, that.
And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Huberman also sponsors LMNT, BetterHelp, Whoop, and Plunge, just to name a few. Still, if I were going to give Huberman a huge heaping benefit of the doubt and say that his endorsements for those companies were honest representations of his personal worldview, and that despite the cash that he was bringing in, the deals did not influence his scientific interpretations, his partnership with Roca is different. While we can argue that he is not an expert on salts or spirulina or therapy, as a professor of neuroanatomy and ophthalmology, these glasses are at the very heart of who Huberman is as a scientific authority. So let's look at what Huberman is specifically claiming, particularly since he has substantially changed his opinions on blue blocking glasses since he first started talking about them. Here he is in 2021 talking to Samir Hadar, the section chief on circadian rhythms at the National Institutes of Health.
I personally, I've tried the blue blocker and I couldn't even wear them. I thought they were just really horrendous, to be honest.
Well, along the lines of blue blockers, I think a lot of people mistakenly wear them all day long.
Oh my God, that would be very
A lot of people do that.
a
lot of people do that. They think that blue light is bad. I think that the concept of blue light being bad led to a lot of product development, and a lot of people just assuming that viewing blue light is what was giving them headaches, when in fact it might have just been looking at screens at close distance all day.
So here is the problem, right?
Here he is again a year later in 2022 in his episode called Sleep Toolkit.
First of all, you're going to want to avoid bright artificial lights of any color. Yes, of any color. We haven't talked a lot about blue blockers, lenses that block blue wavelengths or short wavelengths of light. You don't need them. And even if you do wear them, you will find that if lights are very bright, doesn't matter if it's a blue light, a yellow light, or a red light, those bright lights will wake up your brain and body. They will activate the same mechanisms that were activated early in the day by sunlight.
And there are a lot of other clips where he generally says the same thing. Huberman was actively critical of companies selling useless blue blocking solutions and repeatedly said that blue blockers don't really do very much. He explicitly blamed normal ambient electric lighting for interfering with sleep. That was the cause, not screens. But you can't really make that much money from telling people to turn down the lights. Glasses, though? Well, that's something else entirely.
Roca and I designed these glasses.
Which is to say, not only has he changed his mind on blue blockers, but he has devised a way to sell his own branded version. Roca's website advertises wind-down glasses, along with some very specific claims of their benefits. They write that their glasses will, quote, lower stress levels, sync the circadian rhythm, and help protect your mood. Further stating that even minimal artificial light exposure can interfere with your natural rhythm and suppress melatonin production. What do you say to that claim?
Short story is bullshit. Well, partly bullshit.
Right after I learned about Huberman's partnership with Roca, sleep scientists and wellness debunkers started pointing to a recent review article that directly studied how light from our screens can affect our sleep. So I reached out to the lead author.
My name's Michael Gradisar. So I'm a clinical psychologist, and my speciality's just been in sleep circadian rhythm disorders.
Gradisar's 2024 paper, called A Bidirectional Model of Sleep and Technology Use, in the journal Sleep Medicine Reviews, examined all of the available research on how technology affects sleep and came to a surprising conclusion. The blue light from our screens isn't generally bright enough to affect our circadian rhythms at all.
Before we started collecting data, we had to take some measurements of the amount of lux coming from that screen of the iPad. And I was taking those measurements. I was in one of the sleep lab bedrooms. All the lights were off. I had the lux meter, and I had the screen, and I had a fully upright white content in the background. And I was only getting about 50 lux, which was so low. Like when we try to change someone's circadian rhythms therapeutically, we're trying to use like 500 or 1,000 lux from an artificial source. So I actually had to sort of bend my knees as I'm sitting upright on this bed and have the iPad closer to my face, because obviously the closer you bring it to your face, the higher the lux. And we could only get it to about 80 lux.
In other words, even if you're in bed with the screen right up against your nose, that light is 5 to 10 times dimmer than what you can prove scientifically would affect your sleep.
Lo and behold, when we compared a bright screen to a dim screen, it only took 3.5 minutes longer on average to fall asleep if you had a bright screen compared to a dim screen. It was really nothing.
It wasn't just Gradisar's own research saying that. Almost every other study that directly looked at the effects of screens on human sleep said basically the same thing.
If you look overall at the 11 studies that tested this effect of how much longer does it take to fall asleep if you're exposed to a bright screen, it's only like a few minutes. So why would you spend $100 trying to get a few minute benefit? It just doesn't make sense to me. It seems very strange that someone who professes that he's providing things at zero cost is doing something like this, because you don't need glasses like this. You've got something inbuilt on your phones. If you've got control of your lighting environment, just dim your lights down or turn them off.
At the bottom of the page on Roka's website, Huberman links to a handful of studies that are meant to support his health claims. But as is the case with references in most of his podcasts, they don't really hold up to scrutiny. I went over them with Gradisar, and the research generally didn't control for luminosity, which is the key factor. And the tests that did, well, they were done on mice, not humans.
So you don't get much benefit, you don't get much return on investment by using these glasses. So I don't know why we've got now a mouse study when we've got human studies on the very topic that these things are supposed to be about.
For a lay person, maybe this mistake wouldn't be so objectionable. We've all heard how blue light from our screens can mess with our sleep. But it is worth emphasizing that Huberman is a Stanford professor with a specific expertise in neuroanatomy and ophthalmology. This is literally what he is known for. He, of all people, knows the science on this. He simply has no excuse for this error. His Roka partnership is a pure and unadulterated grift from beginning to end. And this is really what I want to talk to you about for the remainder of this video. In general, I don't particularly care about any single specific product or business plan that people get up to in order to monetize their podcasts. What I care about is the much larger problem about trusting things that we learn online. I care about how the business of influence has changed the way that people learn about science and health information, and how that in turn affects the way that the general public trusts information in general at large. But before I dig into that, and because it just feels wildly appropriate right now, I want to take a moment for a word from our sponsors, which is you. I spend a lot of time thinking about how I can monetize this channel, and I'm extremely cautious about who I'm willing to take money from. I can see the slippery slope of how sponsorships change the message, and that's why crowdfunding is so important to the future of online journalism. I've gone toe-to-toe with some of the biggest scammers on the internet. They've threatened me with lawsuits, which makes putting these videos together not only technically difficult, but expensive to produce. From a pure business perspective, what I do is madness. If you like the journalism that I do and want to help me keep holding truth to power, I would love you to subscribe to my Substack newsletter so we can keep in touch, and consider upgrading to a premium membership where you can get early access to my videos before anyone else sees them. You'll also be part of an amazing community who supports the future of journalism in a world where the future of journalism is in question. And remember, hit that like and subscribe button, and we'll go back to the video right now. The problem with celebrity scientists, it's not exactly new.
Now, again, we always had celebrity doctors, right? We had all of these famous doctors working for Marlboro back in the day. Remember, marketing cigarettes.
In a nationwide survey, doctors in all branches of medicine were asked, "What cigarette do you smoke?"
Saying like, this is the doctor's number one favorite. I'm a doctor, and I smoke Marlboro Lights every day. So it's not new. It's just with the internet, you see this sort of marketing scaling to a level that we haven't seen before, and people developing these very sort of parasocial bonds with the science and medical influencers that they're following.
I reached out to Taylor Lorenz, a former Washington Post reporter and author of the book Extremely Online, to ask her about how much she thinks that sponsorship deals alter the way the public understands science.
One thing that I think that's really dangerous is you see a lot of these like science and medical influencers engaging with increasingly extreme sort of sections of the internet. Like, it's not so much of a problem, right? If like Huberman is endorsing a product, but say he goes on someone like Joe Rogan to endorse the product, or starts partnering with, other disinformation podcasters and influencers.
On this point, I did a video a few months back about what I call the yes and effect. It's about how top members of this Griftoverse support each other's increasingly extreme statements in order to expand their own reach. Joe Rogan currently sits at the top of that ecosystem, which is who, incidentally, Andrew Huberman appeared on to break into the mainstream. Those influencers also end up working with the same brands like AG1 and grab similar affiliate marketing deals. It is a whole ecosystem of grift. And unlike the sort of journalism that I do, well, there's real money in it. I asked Taylor what she thought Huberman was making on his Roca deal.
It's so hard to know how much somebody is making. I don't know that he's getting millions, but I could imagine that he stands to make millions, especially if he's getting a significant portion of sales, just because I imagine he's able to drive a huge amount of sales through pushing this product as part of his sort of expertise and brand. So I think this just goes back to like why we need more transparency in this industry generally. It's we just don't know kind of what someone stands to gain. And so that's why it makes it very hard to trust this type of stuff.
The complete lack of transparency in financial terms for influencers is incredibly frustrating. It's one thing to know that a company sponsors a particular product, but there is a big difference between bringing in a few $100s and a few $1 million for a spot. The academic literature isn't much help clearing things up. The best I found was a 2023 article by two professors of communication at Stanford, Angeli Kristen and Yingdang Liu. They examined 1,082 posts on Instagram by influencers talking about their business models. At the top end, these researchers discovered that influencers with around 1 million followers were making $100,000 for a single post along with a few related stories. Now, with his 6 million followers on YouTube and 7 million on Instagram, Huberman stands to make considerably more than that. As an aside, it's also relevant to remember that Huberman also makes money with generic YouTube ads. A good ballpark estimate for his niche, which I'm basing off data of my own Huberman-related videos on my channel, is that he's making roughly $5.50 for every 1,000 views on his videos, or about $5,500 per million views. With 361 million views on his channel, this means that since he began uploading 3 years ago, he has brought in about $20 million through AdSense alone. So think about that when Huberman begins his sponsor segments by repeating some iteration of this.
It is, however, part of my desire and effort to bring zero-cost consumer information about science and science-related tools to the general public.
By his definition, everything on YouTube is zero cost, right? And you would think that he would be able to survive on that cool $7 million a year in just YouTube ads without bringing on sponsors, especially considering that Glassdoor reports that the average Stanford professor earns between $139,000 and $251,000 per year. Why isn't Huberman content with 28 times the normal salary for his position as an associate professor? Maybe it's just me, but I never really have been able to wrap my mind around what motivates people to amass endless wealth. I make around $5,000 a month on YouTube ads and through my Substack and Patreon. Overall, I'm pretty okay with where I am. My goal has never been to get rich, but instead just wealthy enough to have the freedom to do what I love, which, as you can see, is what I'm doing. But I guess in order to keep his valuable science free for the average listener, Huberman needs to wet his beak with a little more than what he pulls in through AdSense. Enter his specially curated list of 17 sponsors that he's featuring on his channel right now. Now, I reached out to the team at Roca to inquire about how much the sponsorship deal was worth with Huberman, but they never got back to me. Huberman himself didn't respond to a similar request that I made on Threads. However, I was able to talk to an influencer who knows people in Huberman's orbit and has a good idea of what people make in this space. He asked not to be identified specifically because, well, he wouldn't mind similar deals himself. But here he is with some tasteful blurring and voice modulation.
It's probably a licensing deal where he's getting, maybe 20% of the revenue brought in by the glasses. My guess would be he's only doing deals where he can make upwards of $500,000 a year, $50,000 a month. That would be a guess. I can't imagine he's doing many deals that are under that unless there's like an equity play where it could be sold down the road and he's getting equity in the company. But yeah, I mean, if I were Huberman, like just based on what I charge, I don't think I would do any deals if they were under $500,000, maybe even $1 million with his audience and his influence. So yeah, that would be a guesstimate. And again, I highly doubt that this is just a compensation play. My guess would be that he is getting either equity in the company or it's a licensing deal where, you know, he gets 20% of the revenue, let's say, that's brought in from this specific line of glasses that he's doing. They actually look pretty cool.
Which is basically the same ballpark that Taylor Lorenz guessed as well. It also lines up with what one of Huberman's ex-girlfriends told me when she said that Huberman cleared at least $20 million in the first year of his show. Maybe you're okay with that. Maybe you think that greed is good.
Greed, for lack of a better word, is good. Greed is right. Greed works.
So let's ask a different question. Are these sorts of sponsorships legal? The Food and Drug Administration has some very stringent rules for communicating about the health benefits of specific products, supplements, and devices. And while they very rarely actually enforce their own mandates, it's worth noting that Roka's wind-down glasses are registered as Class 1 medical devices, which requires the company to stick to extremely limited claims about what they can or cannot do. Huberman and Roka both claim a number of things on their various platforms, including that the glasses lower cortisol, that they will help you fall asleep more efficiently, and that they will, quote, sync your circadian rhythm. Since these are specific health claims, they fall outside the purview of how these glasses are actually registered. According to the FDA's guidelines on sunglasses, the manufacturer cannot make, quote, unsubstantiated claims of therapeutic value, ambiguity, half-truths, and trade puffery, or fail to reveal material facts. Considering the state of the scientific literature that I presented here, and Huberman's own mercurial opinions and protocols, regulatory authorities should take a second look at the wind-down glasses, at least in my opinion. But even if the glasses actually do something, which I think there's good reason to doubt, we should also ask whether or not they are worth the inflated price that Roka is selling them at. While Roka has a few pairs of $95 glasses, the vast majority of their selection of non-prescription glasses retail at $165. That is, unless you have a way to get them a little cheaper.
If you'd like to try Roka glasses, you can go to Roka, that's ROKA.com, and enter the code Huberman to get 20% off your first order.
Meanwhile, you can get an almost identical pair of blue blocking glasses on the Chinese version of Amazon called Temu for just $8.91. Now, I can't tell the functional difference between these two different pairs of glasses at all, other than the fact that Huberman endorsed Roka's version. But just maybe, Huberman has some special American sauce that makes his glasses even better than what comes out of China. And to figure out if that's true, I did a little digging into shipping manifests on the website Import Yeti and found that Roka imports quite a bit of eyewear from Chinese suppliers. Now, my guess here is that the inflated price for Roka's wind-down glasses doesn't stem from a particularly stringent manufacturing process, but comes from paying for Huberman's endorsement. The premium you're paying goes right into his pocket in the same way that for every $89 that someone spends on AG1's mostly spirulina powder, $30 goes right into the pocket of the influencer whose discount code you used.
This was 99 US dollars. It was 90 quid. It was 180 Australian dollars for this tiny little pouch.
So now that we have a couple more relevant data points, let's put it all together and figure out what this means. Can you trust Andrew Huberman? Now, I first met Andrew back in 2018, which was about 2 years before he got famous.
Here with Scott Carney.
It's me.
And I have to say that my personal experience with him raised some major red flags. I've done a few videos about how I was really impressed with him at first, and how I began to reassess who he really was over time. While I'm not an expert on neuroscience by any stretch, I am an expert on cold water immersion after I wrote 2 books on the topic. And Andrew's scientific explanations of cold water protocols have always been off. If you want to dig into that, check out this deep dive I did on Huberman and Susanna Søberg. I'm glad that I was able to spend a little bit more time doing traditional reporting on Huberman for this video than I did in some of those previous videos. In fact, in some of those, a lot of commenters have said that they could see that I was struggling with my personal relationship with him versus what my professional duties were. And to some degree, that's true. I have been very close to Huberman over the years, which is why I feel so strongly about correcting the record. I think the most powerful evidence on whether or not Huberman is a force for good or not good on the internet comes down to how he changes his protocols and teachings based on the input that he gets from sponsors. And what he has done with blue blocking glasses in the last 2 years is direct evidence that he is bought and paid for. He started out as a skeptic, but changed his mind once a lucrative sponsorship opportunity crossed his path. And this doesn't change the fact that the world needs credible scientific authorities who the general public can trust. When he first came online and started to gain popularity, it really did seem like Andrew Huberman could be the one who organized complex health information for the masses. Unfortunately, even if his intentions were at one time pure, it's clear to me that the money and fame are more important to him now than scientific integrity. And once you lose your integrity, I don't know how you get it back. And maybe you have an opinion on that. I'd like to hear it down in the comments below. Is there any way that Huberman can get back his credibility? Or maybe you don't think it was lost just because he's taking these sponsorship deals. Irregardless of all of that, we should all collectively try to remember that when you get something for free, you're not the customer anymore. You're the product. And Huberman has sold you down the river to a whole host of affiliate marketing wellness grifters whose primary goal is to convince you that their scammy products are based on real science. As the internet's most prominent science influencer, Huberman has a duty to uphold the highest standards for integrity. Otherwise, he hurts the way people trust scientific information in general. And that, to me, is an unforgivable sin. Thank you so much for staying with me on this deep dive into internet science, grift, and influence. The main reason I started this compilation with that particular video is because I think it is so important and critical to this discussion in the very beginning to show you how squishy he can be with facts, how malleable his opinions are depending on how much money he's getting paid. Though I do want to make a quick correction to something that I said towards the end of that video. I estimate that he was making around $20 million on YouTube ads alone. More likely, he's actually making around $2 to $5 million off of AdSense. I made a little mathematical error there. Still, it's a lot of money, just not as much as I had initially estimated. The next video in this lineup isn't specifically about Huberman so much as it is about one of his main sponsors, one of the sponsors that he put onto the map. I want to drive home the point on how the messaging on his podcast has created an absolute craze around electrolytes, which are really just a few different minerals, salt, and sugar, or as I call them, dehydrated soda. Here comes Liquid IV, LMNT, and the dehydrated soda business model. Maybe you saw this Super Bowl commercial.
Hydrate with Liquid IV.
Or the constant influencer endorsements.
I typically drink LMNT first thing in the morning when I wake up in order to hydrate my body and make sure I have enough electrolytes.
Hydration is a priority for me. I'm all about hydration. This is why I love Liquid IV.
Go ahead and pour that thing in there. I don't think y'all understand for real how this tastes.
Doctors, scientists, athletes, beauty influencers all seem to agree that various packages of minerals, salts, artificial flavoring, and vitamins are essential for hydration, performance, mental acuity, and by extension, success in life itself. But what if I told you that electrolyte drinks are largely a scam? I mean, yes, electrolytes are crucial to biological life, a key component of neural activity. But their constant, almost hyperbolic endorsement by top influencers is not about hydration as much as it is about the profit margins of these companies selling cheap, shelf-stable ingredients to social media audiences at high markups. And the rise of electrolyte hype has been proven to be dangerous. In this video, I'm going to tell you the dirty truth about electrolytes, that the industry shilling them isn't concerned with your health as much as it is in promoting what amounts to dehydrated soda with its own, frankly obvious risks.
I developed hallucinations. So I was having auditory and visual hallucinations. I developed head-to-toe neuropathy.
So first, let's talk about what an electrolyte actually is. They're electrically charged minerals, including sodium, potassium, calcium, magnesium chloride, phosphate, and bicarbonate, which are essential for regulating nerve and muscle function, balancing the body's pH, and maintaining hydration. They act as electrical conductors inside and outside of cells. Now, if you didn't have electrolytes, you'd be dead. And certain medical conditions can make you lose them fast, like excessive sweating and heat or intensive exercise, or if you're losing a lot of fluid because of diarrhea. While that's all true, here's the thing. Most ordinary Western diets contain more than enough natural electrolytes that you don't need supplementation. And not just by a little. The average American salt consumption is almost a full gram over what your body actually needs.
There's a lot of wellness rhetoric around you can't absorb water without electrolytes, or you absorb water better with electrolytes. And that's actually not true. Water is regulated really well in the body, and it's absorbed very effectively in the gut without electrolytes.
That's Danielle Shine.
And I'm an accredited practicing dietitian and nutritionist. It's very deceptive when we see athletes promoting these products for the everyday person, because the everyday person does not need an electrolyte supplement. Beauty influencers that promote electrolytes, I think it's very concerning, because if these people are taking them themselves and they aren't losing a lot of fluid and sodium, then they don't need them. And I have to question maybe their ethics and integrity behind that. A lot of social media influencers, I think, are putting people's health at risk.
Which is to say, there are specific occasions where it's useful to take them, but they're not supposed to be an everyday thing. And this crucial point is the difference between healthy hydration and potentially dangerous health outcomes. So what is behind this electrolyte craze?
Yo, it's Austin Hero. We about to do a 24-hour challenge with Liquid IV.
You're no doubt familiar with Gatorade, which has been a staple on the electrolyte circuit since at least the 1980s.
Nothing cuts through thirst like Gatorade Thirst Quencher.
Gatorade's electrolytes come to you directly in a pre-mixed liquid form, and there is no doubt that it's useful on athletic fields where everyone is moving all the time. But how often do you just pop open a Gatorade while you're hanging out at home? Is this ever the first thing you take when you get out of bed? All right, this is going to sound obvious, but the big difference between Gatorade and electrolyte sachets is that one is a drink and the other is a tiny package of salts that you mix for yourself. And that might seem immaterial to the average observer, but think about it from a business perspective. Packets of actual liquid are heavy and expensive to transport relative to the tiny sachets of salt in this packet. All right, now these salts, they're shelf stable and they cost mere pennies on the dollar, yet both products, these things, they cost about the same price, about $2.50. But that markup on salt and sugar allows companies like Liquid IV and LMNT to instead spend big on social media marketing and even Super Bowl commercials. In other words, you are the one paying for the marketing. If you've been around this channel for a while, you've probably seen my videos on the Green Slurry Nutrient Shake AG1, where I have variously exposed the criminal history of its founder, the shaky evidence that it does anything at all, and most relevant for this video, how its business model is based on deception, not health. Just like AG1, an electrolyte company like LMNT or Liquid IV can offer to pay influencers a full third of the price and still make a heavy profit for themselves. And this model that pushes marketing before anything else has allowed the global electrolyte market to a staggering $39 billion valuation, according to Fortune Insights. More than hydration, electrolyte companies are selling the idea that their salt and sugar mixtures give you energy. And this is not a new tactic. It might be as old as modern marketing itself.
Ice cold Coca-Cola. There's no waistline worry with Coke, you know. Actually, this individual size bottle has no more calories than half a grapefruit.
In the 1960s, Coke was sold as a health drink endorsed by doctors and nurses, where sugar gave you the energy you needed to make it through the day. Meanwhile, the candy bar Baby Ruth was promoted as having high levels of dextrose, a sugar that gives you the energy you needed, apparently, to golf. Heck, in the 1920s, one company even sold radioactive radium-infused tonics for a pick-me-up, which predictably ended in customers dying of jaw cancer. Now, people, they want energy, and they're willing to pay for it, but that doesn't mean that those claims have merit. And that history of advertising alone should be more than enough to make you question the healthy marketing sheen of anyone trying to sell you a wellness product on social media today. People wanted money in the past just as much as they want it right now. At this point, you're probably asking yourself what the actual harm could be outside of an injury to your wallet. All right. Well, a few weeks ago, I got an email from someone who had moved to Colorado from California in 2024 and turned to electrolyte drinks because she felt dehydrated in the much drier climate.
My name is Blair Huddy, and Liquid IV destroyed my body and my health.
Huddy said that she first came across Liquid IV at Costco and figured she would give it a try. She was careful to only take the recommended dose of 1 packet a day, but things started to go downhill fast for her.
The first thing to go was my sleep. So I'm a regular 8.5, 9-hour sleeper, and suddenly I was down to 1 hour a night, and I had no idea why. And I'm still, I have to be medicated to sleep. So that's sort of still ongoing. I then developed tinnitus. So I was having auditory and visual hallucinations. I developed head-to-toe neuropathy.
The symptoms continued to get worse, but she couldn't figure out why, let alone connect the dots to Liquid IV. Then, one night, she went out to a restaurant with her father and ordered a dish with chicken liver in it.
I'd never had chicken liver before. It was a fancy restaurant. We decided to try it on the menu, and I immediately started vomiting at the table. My lips started tingling. My throat felt like it was closing, and I thought, okay, I'm having an allergic reaction, but I've never had an anaphylactic reaction before.
What she didn't know was that high levels of vitamin B had accumulated in her body and caused a sort of toxic overload when combined with the high levels of vitamin B inherent in chicken liver.
I have 3 different blood tests. I have the original blood test where my blood came back more than twice the upper limit of B6. The response to that was like the nurse that called me was kind of like, whatever you're taking that had, like, your B6 is really high. Whatever you're taking that has B6 in it, stop.
And that's when she made the connection to Liquid IV. You see, while Liquid IV comes in an enormous number of flavored variations, one common theme is that in addition to salt and sugar, it contains an entire array of B vitamins, including B3, which is niacin, B5, B6, B12. Huddy's blood test revealed that her vitamin B levels were more than twice the upper limit of the reference range at 40 nanograms per milliliter. After she stopped taking Liquid IV, her levels reset to just 11 by the time that she took a follow-up test a month later, though her symptoms persist to this day. And this isn't an isolated case.
My inbox has been flooded with stories of people being poisoned by over-the-counter supplements containing vitamin B6.
And so there's been this accumulation of this particular supplemental dose of B6. So if someone's taking an electrolyte and it's got extra B6, depending what else they're having in their diet, in terms of supplements, energy drinks, they are actually potentially putting themselves at vitamin B6 toxicity risk, peripheral neuropathy, and serious irreversible nerve issues.
The problem is so acute that Australia is introducing new regulations around B vitamins, which will restrict higher doses.
The Therapeutic Goods Administration will tighten regulation of vitamin B6.
Though it should be noted that the legislation won't affect the levels in a typical electrolyte packet. Now, it could be that Huddy is a genetic outlier who is especially sensitive to small amounts of vitamin B for some reason. and yet overdoses appear to be on the rise. Nationwide, 439 cases of non-fatal vitamin B exposure were reported in 2024, up from 369 in 2019 and 311 in 2014, according to the National Poison Data System records. And that's just cases that ended up in the medical system. The real numbers are likely much higher. The heart of the problem, as I see it, is that electrolyte companies sell the idea of hydration to get people to buy their first packet, but then they can only differentiate themselves on the basis of taste. This alchemy transforms a vital nutrient into a lifestyle product. Liquid IV advertises 9 different flavors, and their bevy of influencers comment, well, mostly on the taste.
I'm not gonna lie, you could really taste the melon in it.
I can't wait to taste this one.
I can't wait to taste this.
Which is a subtle way to encourage people to consume and sell ever more of their product. The effect transforms electrolyte mixtures into a sort of soft drink, and not a medicine that can have potentially toxic add-on effects. The marketing gimmick gets absolutely insane when you go over to LMNT's recipe page, which actually encourages people to make alcoholic cocktails out of their hydrating packets, which is sort of counterproductive since alcohol actually dehydrates you. So are these really health drinks? Are you supposed to have a cocktail after a workout? Do these companies actually have your best interests at heart? Well, obviously not. This is capitalism after all. While LMNT does not contain potentially dangerous levels of B vitamins, we should still be concerned with needlessly adding levels of salt to an already salty American diet and the cardiovascular damage that goes along with that. But getting back to B vitamins, why even put them in hydration drinks at all if there's a potential danger to the customers? In other words, why not just sell salt and sugar and eliminate a potentially fatal risk to the people who drink your product? Now, I thought about this question quite a bit over the last few weeks, and I kept circling around one idea. B vitamins, particularly niacin, but also other variations, produce subtle sensations characterized by intense skin redness, itching, burning, or warmth, typically on the face, chest, and arms, collectively known as flushing. At small doses, these effects can be minimal, but they do register as sensations at some level. And this is why research studies occasionally use B vitamins as so-called active placebos in clinical trials when scientists want to test how different sensations result in different health outcomes. Now, I wrote about active placebos in my books, The Wedge and Dream, that showed how you can use strong and subtle sensations like an ice bath or a sauna or a flotation tank or even marijuana and the drug ecstasy to create more positive placebo responses. It's a concept that I call the wedge. When someone connects the idea of hydration and energy to a niacin flush, they may in fact feel better as a result. And linking a sensation to an idea also turns out to be a great hook for marketers that keeps people coming back to buy more of that product. At least that's my guess for why Liquid IV and other companies might be willing to put their customers at risk. It all comes down to cash. But maybe you have a better explanation for why these ingredients are so popular, and let me know down in the comments. One thing, though, is for sure. Liquid IV's Super Bowl ad linking the color of your urine to a need for more electrolytes is misleading at the very least. Water will do just fine, and that's actually what changes the color of your urine in the toilet. In most cases, you don't need electrolytes. Just like with AG1, the current fascination with them mostly comes down to how profitable the business model is. They manufactured the idea that everyone is dehydrated and that you need to pay for something other than ordinary tap water to fix the ailments of modern living. Bottom line, take electrolytes only if you're sweating profusely, and even then, stay away from anything with a B vitamin in it, just in case. By this point, I think you have a pretty good idea about the relationship between products and influencer messaging, at least my personal take on it. But there's a deeper problem when it comes to famous academics using their platforms to spread misinformation around the internet. Early on in his podcasting career, Huberman got fascinated with the power of ice baths, partially because of my book, What Doesn't Kill Us. We had long-ranging discussions on the topic over several weeks. But one thing I noticed is that while he can pretend to be an expert on basically any topic and say it with a straight face, his actual knowledge often only scratches the surface. Not only that, but there is evidence that he used his position at the academic journal Cell Reports Medicine to publish bad research on the cover of that journal in order to make a splash on one of his podcasts. And I know if that sounds crazy, well, it is. And that's why this video is so good. Oh, and there's one more thing before we get into it. I want to point out that from this point on, you're going to see some of my older videos where I consistently mispronounce Andrew Huberman's name wrong. I call him Andrew Huberman. Don't worry, it's okay to make fun of me for my lousy pronunciations. I bungle that stuff a lot. Up next, why did Andrew Huberman endorse Susanna Søberg's Bad Science? So the world of cold water swimming found its scientific champion a few years ago.
Hi, my name is Dr. Susanna Søberg and I have a holistic approach to health and prevention of disease.
A Danish biologist with a PhD in metabolism named Susanna Søberg appeared on the Huberman Lab podcast and began issuing protocols for optimal sauna and cold water immersion with times that were very specific, meant to maximize the benefits of brown fat.
How much cold exposure do people need? How much heat exposure do people need in order to extract these benefits?
See that this ended up being 11 minutes in total per week, corresponds to being in cold water 1 to 2 minutes at a time, but also in the sauna 10 to 15 minutes at a time.
It was all grounded in her own research on cold water swimmers, most notably this article that landed on the cover of the respected clinical journal Cell Reports. Huberman dubbed her work the Søberg principle.
I just had Susanna Søberg out for a podcast, and she taught me some really interesting things. First of all, this has really helped. I did this.
We should explain that she's the woman who created the Søberg principle.
Yeah. Susanna Søberg did her PhD in Denmark, is I think one of the best scientists in terms of deliberate cold exposure and its benefit.
This video is all about fact-checking that claim and trying to understand why her results are so far off the scientific consensus on the effects of cold exposure, particularly in relation to its fat-burning potential. Of course, with Huberman's endorsement, she rocketed onto talk shows and magazines, and health influencers all around the world, they launched her into stardom. She has since gone on to found the Søberg Institute, which offers training to would-be thermalists to get certified in her own program to the tune of $2,500. That will get them her seal of approval, as well as packages that she has for spas and clinics that want to build institutions in her name. Now, her claims are as impressive as her resume.
The thermalist cure is my take on what I see is needed to lower stress, increase resilience, and prevent lifestyle diseases.
In the advertisement on her Substack, she says that her protocols are the key to health, wealth, and courage. According to her newsletter, her thermalist courses have increased her subscribers' income by 50% and dropped their weight at the same time. Their anxiety has gone away, as has their depression. And, now they're more in touch with nature, too.
It's biochemistry and physiology that we can explain today. Some of it can be explained in depth, and other processes or pathways we still only know a little about.
Now, for those of you just hearing about it for the first time, many of her claims come down to her expertise on brown fat. And you can think of brown fat as the body's answer to an ever-increasing waistline. Its one role in humans is to suck the white fat from storage and directly burn it for heat energy. It's most active in human infants, but pharma companies have been studying it as a possible weight loss solution in a pill form with very little success. But ice bathers have long posited that BAT, brown fat, is the secret sauce that lets us resist the cold and maybe even cure metabolic disease. Now, I've written about it too in my book, What Doesn't Kill Us, when the science was much less developed than it is now, and it wasn't clear how this would all shake out. So Søberg's claims, they sound pretty cool, and I decided to dive into her paper to see where her very specific protocols came from to get a better idea of who Søberg really was. The cover article in Cell Reports Medicine came out in October 2021 under the title Altered Brown Fat Thermoregulations and Cold-Induced Thermogenesis in Young, Healthy Winter Swimming Men. Not the catchiest title, but to quote the abstract, the main takeaway should be, quote, our data leverage understanding of BAT in adult human thermoregulation suggest both heat and cold acclimation in winter swimmers and propose that winter swimming as a potential strategy for increasing energy expenditure. And that last bit about increasing energy expenditure, that's code for burning white fat, getting thinner, getting healthier. The study broke down this way. Søberg recruited 8 men with a hobby of winter swimming, as is pretty common in Denmark, and then 8 similar phenotypical non-winter swimmers to compare how the men responded to cold exposure and also sleep afterwards, and in particular, whether or not brown fat played an important role with how they heated their bodies. The two groups were basically comparable, except for one key factor that sort of pops out in the data. The non-winter swimming group, the control group, had about 6% more body fat than the winter swimmers, which means that they had a lot more natural insulation during cold exposure, which will be a factor as we go deeper into this paper. Now, over and over again, she compares the results of the many different tests that she did, and this includes glucose monitoring, thermal imaging, fancy electrodes, and skin temperature tests, as well as subjective assessments about what the comfortable range was of the people when they're feeling cold exposure. Over and over again, she states how difficult it is for her to get usable data, which is a little bit of a red flag, you could say. For instance, in the section talking about her own measurements with an infrared camera on skin temperature, which is a proxy for brown fat activation, she writes, in conclusion, measurements of the supraclavicle skin temperature as an estimate of BAT activity using IRT, which is infrared imaging, should be interpreted with caution. That's another way of saying that she's not sure whether her data means anything at all. In the next section, where she studies glucose uptake, she realized that one of the 8 cold water swimmers that she was studying wasn't uptaking glucose in the way that she wanted him to. And so then she kicked him out of the study and excluded all of his results, writing, quote, with the aim of detecting BAT-associated physiological variations between subjects, we decided to exclude this one BAT-negative subject from analysis. This effectively eliminated 12.5% of her inconvenient data from her results. And if she's saying that BAT is the critical component for somebody being able to resist the cold water, then one of these swimmers who didn't have a lot of BAT, well, they were still able to swim in that water. So what is she actually studying here? It's actually a huge red flag for me when you just sort of randomly exclude people when the data isn't convenient. But let me go on because there are more red flags to go. Now, another red flag is that she disagrees with previously published science on how much energy BAT can burn in any one instance, where she notes, and to quote her again, we observed substantially higher cold-induced thermogenesis in the winter swimming group. Intriguingly, energy expenditure increased by 5,000 to 1,000 kilocalories per 24 hours. It's the rate. Whereas a previous study reported that human BAT would approximately generate 20 kilocalories per 24 hours. Now, this should not just have been a throwaway line in her results. She was saying that in her study, she found with her infrared cameras that brown fat was burning 2,500 to 5,000% more calories than any other previous scientific study had ever recorded before. Such a claim would throw the entire history of BAT research into a total tizzy, like totally upending everything we know about BAT. So, she did cite what that other study was, so I looked it up, and I was surprised that it was conducted by Otto Music, a professor at Wayne State University, who I've actually interviewed on this podcast before while talking about BAT.
A few years ago, people thought that when you are exposed to cold, that brown fat, which is here supraclavicular next to the carotid artery, is activated, and it uses obviously calorie because it generates heat. And the NIH thought that this will be a good way, a natural way to lose weight. You exposed to cold, you activate brown fat, you lose weight. Now, it actually, and it was based on studies in rodents where it showed that they lost like 50% of the body weight when you expose them to cold. Now, unfortunately, the rodents are very different, have different evolutionary kind of processes than humans. It turned out that in humans, brown fat is really not important at all. And the amount of calorie you can burn if you have 24 hours, exposed to cold is something around maybe 20, 30 calories. And a banana has 80 calories.
One possible explanation for her differing results could be that her instrumentation wasn't very good. Elsewhere in the paper, she said that her own IRT methods was inferior to the gold standard of PET-CT scans. And at one glance on Otto Music's paper, it shows that, his study, it was conducted with a PET-CT scan, the gold standard. So it's obvious her instrumentation is a little off. And I asked Otto about this over text, and this was his response. Hi, Scott. I really have nothing more to say than what I reported a few years ago. Your brain is an organ which uses 20% of all your calories, and it is using 250 kilocalories per day for a 1,400 gram organ. The claim that 150 grams of BAT will use 2 to 4 times more energy than the brain is laughable. People just like to make outrageous claims. Now, I think that's really important to note. When you make extraordinary claims, you need extraordinary evidence, and she doesn't provide that. In fact, all she provides is that, maybe my instruments were very good, and then she just proceeds from there. Elsewhere in the paper, the caveats just keep going. In another part, she says, we cannot conclude from our current data whether BAT lipid turnover is enhanced in the winter swimmer group, which is like exactly what she's been claiming this whole time. Our current data doesn't support that we're burning as many lipids. Okay, so what are you saying? I mean, it could have been absolutely anything causing those differences. And she ultimately concludes that even though she, quote, did not identify a main source of cold-induced heat production in winter swimmers, that winter swimming should probably be a weight loss strategy. Like, what? I mean, maybe if she could absolutely prove that her thermal camera was 5,000 times more accurate than the PET-CT scans that were done, which are the gold standard, then maybe she'd be like standing on some solid ground, but it just doesn't look like it. And frankly, I don't understand how this got published in a peer-reviewed journal. Now, there are two final sections that I want to look at. The first is the limitation section, which is very responsible to put in your scientific paper. And she starts off immediately with the gold standard caveat. We cannot conclude whether winter swimming per se results in increased cold-induced thermogenesis and altered BAT glucose metabolism. Basically saying, I don't know, my paper didn't mean anything. And she's saying this because maybe the people who choose to go cold water swimming a lot have maybe just different biology. Maybe the factors that drew them to cold water were different than what an ordinary people was. And the sample size is admittedly 8, actually 7 after we exclude somebody. So that's a big problem. But she also notes that the control group that she selected was 6% fatter and likely a lot less healthy overall. And her measuring instruments were not all that great. And finally, when she asked people to subjectively measure their own comfort levels during cold exposure, this could be prone to error, which is something that's undoubtedly true, since one group goes into cold water all the time and is therefore used to being cold, and the other group never does. Of course, your subjective ratings of being in cold are going to be different. That's going to be natural. So what are we talking about here? The final section that I want to note is, in a way, the most important and the most overlooked thing in basically all papers, and it's the part where they say limitations or conflicts of interest. And here, someone who I presume is Søberg's advisor, Camilla Shield, declares that she works for Novo Nordisk in BAT biology. And another person says they work for another biotech company, and quote, all other authors declare no competing interests associated with this manuscript. Now, I'm not certain why working for Novo Nordisk would or could be a conflict of interest, but it's worth noting that according to Susanna Søberg's LinkedIn, she took a job at Novo Nordisk in June 2021, just a few months before the paper was published. So something maybe is going on there. But even if that is not a problem, and I'm not saying it is, there's a much more serious conflict of interest than those declarations as far as I'm concerned. How can you trust the results of scientific research when your financial well-being is directly correlated with your results? This is the very definition of scientific conflicts of interest. If you read her article as strictly as I just did, then it's clear that cold water swimming has some sort of biological effect, but it's not totally figured out yet, and we should be very careful putting too much weight on any of the results. That's what she says over and over again. But that statement, that very measured statement, is not what Susanna Søberg is saying in public about her research. Instead, you can see her posing in front of icy lakes with the cover of her magazine, proclaiming that she understands the science of BAT better than anyone else. She claims that breathwork, sauna, and ice protocols that she developed will fix anxiety and depression, never mind the fact that her study was, at best, just about energy expenditure and cold water swimming.
All of which are scientifically proven tools and put together in an approach that I see is most efficient.
She says that she knows the optimal times for being in a sauna or being in ice water, and yet those times just come from the people that she happened to be studying, which she obviously has reduced and cherry-picked parts of her data. You know, when I think about what optimal is, I usually think that somebody has studied, like, say, a range of different protocols in ice water and found which, timing might produce, I don't know, some sort of clinical endpoint. But that's not what she did. All she did is said, I did a paper where I measured people who were in water for 11 minutes over the course of a week, and so therefore 11 minutes must be optimal. But she has no control group whereby she is comparing this against. So there's no basis to say that she knows at all what's optimal.
This is of course not a scientific study, but simply my evaluation based on how I know biology works.
Now, what she's really done is just place a veneer of scientific credibility on a practice that people in Denmark and all over the world have been doing for a long time. And then she's selling an online course, her Substack, and a series of cold exposure books as she appears on mainstream magazines and as the face of the science of brown fat, even though her results are far from conclusive. She's a science influencer now. She's not a scientist. Shortly after she was on the Huberman Lab podcast, she resigned her position at Novo Nordisk and now has no academic appointment whatsoever and focuses entirely on the Søberg Institute. In fact, this is like a trope sort of across the board. Many of the people that we, the lay audience, look to for scientific certainty are not actually scientists anymore, even though they might have like a PhD or an MD. Andrew Huberman, who gets a lot of things right on his show and is measured a lot of the time, also frequently delves far outside his expertise and gets a lot of pushback from scientists who are experts in the areas that he pontificates on, sort of ad lib.
Yeah. Susanna Søberg, I think one of the best scientists in terms of deliberate cold exposure and its benefit.
Then there's Dr. Rangan Chatterjee, a British physician who has declared that ice baths will prevent you from ever getting sick again. Now, I'm a proponent of ice baths, but that's just bullshit. There's also people like Mark Hyman who say that it's possible to become almost immortal and reverse your aging through his nutrition hacks that you could buy on his website. It's all flim-flam with a scientific veneer where you have a degree on your wall and you say, because I have this degree, you should listen to whatever I have and then buy my course. You know, sure, it's true. They can pull on a few promising clinical studies and a few pieces of data, but then they go off script and they just want to crank up views and sell more books and more e-courses. It's a problem all across the internet. And you should know, here's some self-disclosure here, that I am an ice bather. I have written books about cold water and breath work, and I've spilled a lot of ink on the promising science of brown fat when I was writing What Doesn't Kill Us back in 2015. It came out in 2017. But in What Doesn't Kill Us, I was careful to note that the science at that time was still far from settled. In fact, at one point I highlighted a highly problematic study for BAT enthusiasts. It was the study on Wim Hof, who's the famous ice swimmer who's been swimming in ice water for like 40 some odd years, and his genetically identical twin. Yeah, that was a coup for science. They took both a Wim, the forever cold water guy, and a truck driver who had basically no cold water experience, and they compared both their BAT in PET scans, and they found that they had the same amount of BAT. Like you would have expected that the guy who was in ice water all the time would have vastly more BAT, but nope, that's not what the studies said at all. In fact, their BAT was the same. This maybe just comes down to genetics in that case, because maybe cold exposure doesn't increase your BAT. It's a sign that maybe BAT isn't really the critical factor in ice water that we want it to be at all. Now here's the rub. I am not against cold water, sauna, or any of that. In fact, I do that all the time. And you can like sauna, you can like cold water as a practice simply because it makes you feel better about things. Because it's something you can do with your friends, something that doesn't involve alcohol, that it makes you happy. All of that's great. And it's why I do ice water swimming. These things don't need to be poorly explained and monetized by health influencers who have a vested interest in telling you that they are the only ones who really understand cold exposure. We as humans have been doing this for a long time, and we get a benefit out of it, even if it can't be directly measured. It could be that the perceived benefits of cold exposure simply come from the fact that it forces you to feel something. We spend so much time indoors, isolated in our indoor environments and our temperature control, that doing something hard fires up our senses and makes us pay attention to our bodies. It makes us feel alive, and these experiences are powerful. As Otto Music wrote in one of his papers, this stuff, these sensations, are probably the core part of what the placebo effect is altogether. And it's okay just to leave it there. We don't need to come up with scientific sounding mumbo jumbo to say that ice bathing is meaningful. And we certainly don't need to spend $2,500 for the honor of learning something that should be free. I have a problem with this sort of parallel science. Like, it's science sounding words and studies that are sort of ill-conceived, and then pretending that those results say something that they don't actually say. So Susanna Søberg, honestly, she's probably a really nice person. I probably would even enjoy going for an ice bath with her. But I feel weird about her position of using her degrees as a way of selling you this idea that she knows something about ice bathing that other people don't, especially when her data is so problematic. From Pokey Bear LLC in Denver, Colorado, this was Magnetic North. Okay, so there's a little update to the Søberg story that I forgot to include in the video you just watched. And it's a sort of important update that I felt I had to include in the compilation. So this is a short piece, but here goes. Huberman's outrageous conflict of interest at Cell Reports Medicine. A few weeks ago, I did this video about Susanna Søberg, who did this big, major article in Cell Reports Medicine about how winter swimming will increase your brown fat energy expenditure, and it will make you thinner and do all sorts of crazy things for you. And I dissected it, and I showed how bad the science in the article really was. What I didn't know at the time was that Andrew Huberman probably had a major role in that article being published on the cover of Cell Reports in October 2021. And then right after the article came out, he had her on his podcast. He put it on Joe Rogan, and he called her one of the most important cold water exposure people in the world.
Søberg did her PhD in Denmark, is I think one of the best scientists in terms of deliberate cold exposure and its benefit.
What he did not disclose to the world, well, I guess he had it on his LinkedIn page, but was that he was on the editorial board of Cell Reports Medicine the whole time from 2016 to 2022. Huberman advised what science could get published in Cell Reports Medicine. This means that that article he had read long before it was published. He probably had influence in the article being published in the first place, getting it on the cover. I mean, we don't know exactly what was going on in Cell Reports. I've reached out to them. They have refused to comment on 3 separate occasions. But it's a real problem. I mean, like, Søberg's article claimed that brown fat burned 25 to 50 times more energy than had ever been recorded before. She quoted this neuroscientist Otto Music, who had done extensive PET scans on patients, and he found that only 20 kilocalories were burned per 24-hour period through brown fat. She said that brown fat burned 500 to 1,000 calories per 24 hours, which is an insane difference. Like, that should have been the headline of the article if that was like her major finding. And she has used this to sell online courses at $2,500 a pop. And she now has like 300,000 followers on Instagram, sells these thermalist courses not only online, but also sets up spas and makes, I assume, a ton of money doing this. None of that would have happened if she was not on the cover of Cell Reports Medicine. Now, in my previous video, I noted that Huberman was instrumental in promoting that article, on Rogan, on his own podcast and whatever, and he made her famous. What I didn't understand was that he may have gotten it published in the first place. I was very, very skeptical how it could ever have gotten through peer review. When you make extraordinary claims, you need extraordinary evidence. I don't understand how this got published in a peer-reviewed journal, because she was fiddling with who was in the active group and who wasn't. She was changing the data all around. Her article very clearly stated that you shouldn't take her results seriously. They were at best preliminary. And yet Huberman then goes on the air repeatedly saying that she is one of the most important brown fat, cold thermogenesis people ever. She gets super famous. She leaves science entirely. She leaves Novo Nordisk and starts setting up her thermalist courses. There is something incredibly, incredibly fishy here when Huberman was on the editorial board of Cell Reports Medicine the entire time. Now, I do not know exactly what conversations happened at Cell Reports. He definitely read her article very early on. It is very weird that a study like this made it onto the cover, and she sits in front of snowy field holding her cover, and then she makes a ton of money on this. It is very weird. Now, I want you to go now check out the video I did. It's right over here. On brown fat expenditure. And then keep in your mind the entire time that Andrew Huberman was involved in getting this published at the very beginning of the science, before the science ever went public, and somehow this got through peer review. I really, really hope that we find out more. In fact, I do know that people are digging in to lots of Huberman's papers right now. I'm getting inundated with emails, and it's sort of exciting and interesting. And I think that these sorts of conflicts of interest are not only in this paper, but probably in many papers that then he seeds the science, which is bad, and then he promotes it on his podcast to you, even though the underlying data are actually pretty bad. All right, that's all I have to say for this right now. Just dig into that other video. It's really important. So to recap, I've shown you how Huberman's scientific opinions are for sale. We've discussed how he uses his academic position to cajole, bully, and alter actual scientific research to suit his own ends. Now, we're going to dig down even deeper and broaden the scope to look at how he presents science on his podcast in general. This upcoming video is a conversation I had with the scientist Andrea Love in the direct wake of the New York Magazine piece. The audio is maybe a little bit wonky here, but I did my best to remaster it for this piece. Next up, What's Wrong with Andrew Huberman's Science, featuring Andrea Love. This is a weird day for me, okay? So on the moment that I'm recording this podcast, this enormous article just came out with New York Magazine about Andrew Huberman and the crazy affairs and bad science and weird backstory. It's all sort of happened at once, and I have not completely processed it. But I also had this meeting set up for today with Andrea Love, who is sort of a science raconteur. She's an immunologist. She is the executive director of the American Lyme Disease Association. She talks a lot about how science has been misconstrued in the media and by influencers. And I was going to talk to her about the sort of shaky science around Andrew Huberman. But now we've got this big article. And honestly, guys, I have no idea where this is going to go. This is completely winged. But Andrea, thank you so much for being on the podcast.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Hi, this is Future Scott here. I just wanted to cut in to tell you two things that were sort of important after I recorded this a few days ago to right now when I'm releasing it. First, Andrea Love has this brand new article in Slate going over a lot of the things she talks about in this show about how Andrew Huberman's science just doesn't quite check out. So I highly recommend you take a look at that. There's links down there in the bio, etc. The second thing is you'll probably notice that the audio is a little bit tinny. I messed up a bit. I recorded with these earphones instead of my mic. Oops. Usually I get that right. I messed up this time. And lastly, you'll also notice that in the back half of this program, the sun comes in and blocks out her face because her window was just in the orientation to the sun. Don't worry about it. We fix it. You'll notice a little hiccup, but everything works out fine because the interview is awesome. Let's stay out of his personal life for now. We can go into that a little bit later, but let's actually just talk about his science. So he is an expert on the optic nerve with articles in Nature and Cell Reports Medicine and lots of places talking about how information comes in from the outside world, how it interacts with the autonomic nervous system. And my understanding is that it's pretty well respected in that small genre. I mean, he has supposedly at various points had a lab at Stanford, although the article has raised some questions about that. Yet, and I think when he started his podcast, there was this, it actually started with him doing sketches of the optic nerve and the brain. And he had 2,000 followers, and I'd known him for years. And I was like, oh, Andrew, no one's ever going to watch this. But lo and behold, I was wrong. Everyone watched it. And I think it was partially because he didn't dumb it down. He talked to you as sort of a peer, or maybe he was the student, and he used big, long words like dopaminergic synergistic effects on the XYZ pathways. And you're like, wow, I'm learning something, and this guy is legit. But there's been this progression with him where he's not just talking about the optic nerve, he's talking about basically anything, basically everything. And we get to places where I don't think he's on comfortable ground. And yet he's also sort of this high priest for, all science communication. What have you seen where you're like, this doesn't quite match up to reality?
Yeah. So, and I think, you're right. And on a lot of those things, I'm not an expert in optic nerve signaling, and I would never purport to be, because just like you said, scientists have these niches of expertise, and for me, I started to kind of see people sharing his content, and I wasn't really an active listener of his podcast, but then, I started to see some sound bites, little clips that he would share on social media. And I was like, this seems a little sus. So, the first thing, scientist is a very broad umbrella. Science could be anything from biological sciences to data science to earth sciences to physical sciences. So, it's always really important that people understand that that's a really big bucket, and we can't just lump everybody into that category. And even beyond that, right, you have scientists and you have healthcare providers or clinicians, and those are not one and the same as well. But what I started to notice is that he was often making statements or claims about an impact to human health that was not supported by human evidence. And so, this is something. So I work in life sciences, biotechnology is my full-time job. And so, I work in the fields of developing assays and research and technologies for cancer, immunotherapies and vaccines and cell and gene therapy and genetic engineering. And so, I'm kind of immersed in a lot of these arenas that overlap with a lot of different scientific disciplines. My PhD is in immunology and microbiology, but within that there's biochemistry and molecular biology, cell signaling, and so on and so forth, because all of those things are required to understand how the immune system functions. And so, something that is really important when you're working in preclinical and clinical research is that, you understand the limitations of the data that you're reading. And so one thing I think that maybe was exploited as a result of the COVID pandemic is that, we saw preprints, we saw non-peer reviewed studies kind of coming out in rapid fire, and people really were grabbing onto whatever they could and often misinterpreting it, sometimes intentionally, sometimes not. And then there was this kind of confusion of, oh, well, is it peer reviewed? Therefore it's credible. And that's also not the full story, right? Peer review is kind of the bare minimum. But the bigger story is that scientific data, regardless of the field, it accrues over time, right? We start from a singular observation or set of data, and we say, hey, what could that mean? Let's go do another study to investigate that and get some more data. And then we build on that. And that builds over time, right? So, in immunology, there are receptors on innate immune cells that were not discovered. I mean, they existed, but they were not discovered until the 1990s. So my mentor, who was training me, they didn't exist to him. He had to learn that, as they were discovered. And so what happens, I think, with his podcast is that he'll often select very specifically a single paper, a single study that he wants to use as evidence to his listeners. And they're like, well, that's great. Like, he's citing a reference, he's using evidence. But the problem is that he's frequently cherry picking. So he's selectively excerpting a study that is not an appropriate research model, right? It's not in humans. It's in a petri dish. It wasn't replicated in humans, or it was in a mouse and it wasn't replicated in humans. And often that cherry-picked study is also in conflict with the, thousands of other studies on the same topic. And so the listeners, they're not going to go fact check. They're not going to go do a literature review and kind of verify this. They're going to take him at his word because he says, well, I'm a professor of ophthalmology at Stanford. Therefore, I know how to assess science. And so there's the appeal to authority, and there's this selective reporting with this inherent bias, which misleads people to think that he's presenting good science, when in reality, he's more often than not being very exclusionary about what he's presenting in order to, unfortunately now, really promote products that he is making money off of.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that I have heard, now this is not fact checked. This has just been through the rumor mill of like the 20 people I know who we send chats about Andrew Huberman, but supposedly he's making around $20 million a year with Athletic Greens and Plunge and all of these other people that he sponsors. And that is obviously that's a huge conflict of interest. And I think we should drill down in that, because when you are being supported by an audience who's giving you money for these products that you support, and you want to drive audience to products because maybe you get a subscription fee to it, the way you present that material is going to be beneficial towards your sponsors, which is like if you were going to write an academic article, this should be the biggest conflict of interest at the bottom of it possible. I own a supplement company and this is about supplements. And I worry so much, and of course you were just hitting on this, is that you can put one paper out there and it might have some data in it. It's on mice, or it's in a petri dish, or it's even on like a small group of like 8 people or whatever.
Yeah.
But then he extrapolates protocols. Like it goes from petri to protocol. I mean, it just seems so obvious to me that's a problem, but why don't you tell me why that's a problem?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's maybe okay. So in the episode where he was joined by Robert Lustig and they were doing the whole demonizing of fructose, and I mean, that's been Robert Lustig's shtick for decades, and I think that's another differentiator here is that, his solo episodes are one thing, but then he often has guests on to join him, and it's purported as, well, they're going to be the experts on this topic because it's not my expertise. But those experts are also the outliers in their respective fields, right? He's brought on Sarah Gottfried, who spreads pseudoscience about regulating your hormones through diet. She is not respected within the OBGYN community for that misinformation. And so it's that dissolves like scenario where he's platforming other propagators of misinformation in their respective fields. And many of them are quite notorious and also have a lot of money from a lot of these wellness companies. But so, for example, and this one really stuck out to me because it was very deliberate. So Robert Lustig is going on about how ultra processed foods cause bone damage. It retards bone development, and they're talking about it, and then and first of all, there's no standard definition of what an ultra processed food is. I've written about a lot about the fear mongering as it relates to processing of foods, and a lot of processing is for shelf life or nutrition or whatever. But anyway, so Andrew goes, oh, that's really interesting. Like, where did they find, or he said, was this an in vitro or an in vivo study? And Lustig goes, in vivo. And Andrew goes, oh, where did they find people for that? And Lustig goes, in Israel. So my ears perked up because I'm a pretty skeptical person to begin with.
Let's define in vitro
yes.
for our audience here.
So in vitro is a scientific term for cells in a petri dish. So basically, if you're growing cells on a piece of plastic, you would call that an in vitro study. In vivo in science means in life, but typically we're referring to in an animal model, so in a whole organism. But in this instance, Andrew was misleading people to believe that in vivo was a clinical study, which means in humans. So we also often use the term preclinical to refer to non-human research, and then clinical to refer to anything involving human subjects. So he said in vitro or in vivo. He didn't say clinical study. But then he said, oh, well, where did you find those, or where did they find those people? And he said in Israel. So I used that information to find this paper. And it was in mice, and it was like 12 mice, and it wasn't even a consistent, data set. And so, this was a very deliberate misleading in order to promote Robert Lustig's book, and also these supplements that they were promoting and selling on this episode, prebiotic, probiotics, because the whole big takeaway of the episode was, processed foods are killing you, and it's insulin that's causing kidney damage, and fructose is the demon, and, all of these really hyperbolic claims that, as a good scientist, you would know that there's a lot more nuance and context, but he's presenting it in a way that it's definitive. And so people are now scared to eat, fruits because there's fructose in them. They're scared to have a teaspoon of sugar in their coffee because they've been told that sugar is the devil. And so, it's not just, oh, you're giving these supplement companies money. It is you're changing things in your life that don't have human evidence to support them. Some of them might seem benign, but some of them are actively harmful. And that, that was even more illustrated in his cold and flu episode, because he was actively discouraging people from the real science-backed things that reduce disease severity of respiratory illnesses like vaccinations, and hyping his cold plunge tub that he's sponsored by, his AG1 supplements that he's sponsored by, nose breathing. And of course, he makes a lot of jargon-filled statements like he throws around the word nitric oxide signaling and all of that, which again, these are tangential concepts in science that he's misapplying in order to appear credible. And so, with a platform of whatever, 5-10 million people, by telling people that the flu vaccine is extraordinarily safe and it prevents 50% of flu illnesses, thousands of deaths, thousands of hospitalizations every year, he could have improved health outcomes. But instead, he diminished the severity of flu. He didn't even talk about the public health impact of flu every single year, how many people it kills every single year. And he was like, well, I don't get the flu because, I'm a pretty big, strong, tough guy. And, I'm not around people, so I couldn't infect them. When, first of all, we know that's not true. We know he has big speaking events and so on. He goes to the gym with RFK Jr. But second of all, what about infecting other people? What about your risk of transmitting a potentially fatal illness to immunocompromised people in your community, elderly people in your community, young children in your community? There's just this lack of general concern for public health. And ultimately, it's so he can promote these health hacks that he makes a lot of money off of.
It seems that there's a conversation that he's part of, which is sort of a parallel health infrastructure in America, right? And maybe we could say this globally, where we have, obviously we have Western medicine with all its benefits and flaws, and it's flawed and it has good things about it, right? But then there's these parallel understandings that have been sort of accumulating in pop culture. And, you mentioned nitrous oxide and nasal breathing, and that's sort of something that I have written about. I have a book called The Wedge, where I do talk about how nasal breathing could be beneficial in some training instances. And yet, I also have noticed that when writing about these things, you also get people who hear about nasal breathing and then say, oh, this cures everything. If I breathe through my nose, not only will I filter out COVID, I will also make myself more performative in a million other ways. And it's different for every person. Everyone has a different set of things that it does for them. Same with ice plunges, same with breath work, same with now, I guess, looking at the sun in the morning. I guess that's a Huberman thing. But what's interesting about it is the logic in these wellness worlds seem to build on each other. Like nitrous oxide, maybe there's this idea of hypoxia in there, and maybe hypoxia leads to hormesis, and hormesis leads to these other ideas that are scientific, but it's parallel scientific. So how do we bridge that world? Because personally, I'm very interested in saying, look, ice baths are great. I take them all the time. I do saunas all the time. But I don't want to make it an overblown statement, which is, I feel like, where the Huberman protocols go to immediately. So how do we, as humans, deal with this?
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. And I would say it's less of a parallel, but more of it's hyperbole. I think that's really what it is. And so it really boils down to the difference between science and pseudoscience, right? So science is something that has robust, valid, reproducible, repeatable data to support it. Pseudoscience on the surface looks like science, but it doesn't have any of those things. It has personal testimonials, anecdotes, appeal to emotion, appeal to authority, and it uses jargon to sound legitimate. And this is something that the wellness industry, which is a multi-trillion-dollar industry, and it includes your supplements, which are wholly unregulated pharmaceuticals, we need to just call them what they are. They're made in a lab, they're pharmaceuticals, they're just unregulated, and they don't have evidence to support their safety and their efficacy. Mm-hmm. But it also includes these other biohacking things, right? The plunge pools, the saunas, the inside tracker health tests, all the digital, the continuous glucose monitors for non-diabetics, the heart rate monitors, all these sorts of things that are sold to consumers as ways to optimize your health or your performance or ultimately overload you with information. So what happens is pseudoscience is often built on a nugget of truth, right? A grain of reality. So something like, there's a pathway where your cells can eat themselves, and it's called autophagy, is wildly exaggerated by your nutrition gurus to claim that you can intermittent fast your way to autophagy and therefore cure yourself of all that ails you. And so what ends up happening is that most of these people misunderstand or just have no fundamental science knowledge. They hear a term that sounds very appetizing to their audience and they run with it. And that's why it kind of builds on each other. And that's why it's almost predictable, the lines that I know I'm going to hear when I debunk a certain claim. But it all grows from, I think, this human desire to want to have control over our health. And so if you can buy a product that promises to help you with that, that's very appealing. But the reality is, as much as you would love to have control over all those things, you don't. We don't have that much control. We have far less control over our bodies and our health than we would like to believe. There's a lot of fundamentals that are really important, but those don't make people a lot of money because they're the fundamentals. It's good sleep. It's eating a diverse diet. That means a lot of different things. It means getting some regular exercise. It means practicing good hygiene, and that's all types of hygiene, personal hygiene, sexual hygiene, oral hygiene, getting your vaccines that prevent against communicable illnesses, limiting things we know are harmful or have causal evidence of harm, like smoking and alcohol consumption. Doesn't mean you have to be terrified of alcohol. I know he kind of scared people in one of his episodes about that. It does mean that, there's a risk associated with it. But again, it becomes very appealing to feel like, well, if you have all these tools in your toolkit, and he phrases it in that very deliberate way, like this is your zero cost toolkit, this is your no cost toolkit, now people feel like, well, now they're taking control. Now they're taking the power back. When in reality, like a lot of things are somewhat predetermined in your genetics and your epigenetics. That's another buzzword that is misappropriated. And there's a lot of other things that we just don't have explanations for. Science is so incredibly complex, and our ability to tease out, nuance and complex processes is not fully understood. We learn something new every day, but the wellness industry kind of exploits that. They're like, well, Western conventional medicine won't tell you this, but we're going to sell you a cure for this, fatigue and lethargy and GI upset. And we're going to call it leaky gut, or we're going to call it toxic mold. They're going to slap a name on it and then sell you a protocol that's going to cure you, when they're not actually helping you. They're exploiting you. They're exploiting the limitations of real science, making money off of it. And ultimately they're causing harm because in addition to, selling you these things that have no evidence to support them, it causes people to delay legitimate medical treatment.
Science progresses, and it progresses at a very slow rate, much, much slower than what our desire is for where it can be. And we also know, without a doubt, that lifestyle affects health, right? We know that the things you do in life will affect you. And if it's just, we can just use the example, which I'm sure someone's going to put in the comments. If you eat a ton of sugar, you're going to get really fat. You might get diabetes. Like, it can go down this road. And then people will write in these comments, we have a natural obesity epidemic. And, he's talking about how we can change that to some degree. And I think that there's some sort of balance here between the more reductive parts of science and what our desire is, because at some point it could be, in theory, that some of his protocols may work, right? In theory, in a very, very broad theory, something he says might actually happen to be right, because that's what a hypothesis is. A hypothesis is you state something that might be true and then you test it. A lot of his things, though, by their nature, cannot be tested, right? You cannot test to see if Athletic Greens' proprietary supplementation of nanoparticles or whatever's in Athletic Greens will have a certain outcome. What you can say is that somebody is very anxious about a part of their health, gets a tool to help them control their health, they might actually feeling like you're in control may actually help your anxiety. So there's a whole bunch of interrelated issues here. And teasing them apart is, I think, that what every listener of Andrew Huberman is trying to do, where they're trying to get some control, and he offers you a sense of it. And sometimes it's right, sometimes it's not. Actually, probably more often than not, it's not right. But I don't know how to actually tease it. I don't know how to be like, look, just go talk to a doctor, talk to your scientist, and then they'll be able to send you on the way, because that's also an appeal to authority in a way. Like my listeners are often very, very confused about this world and how to actually navigate it in a reasonable way, because not all doctors are great. Some doctors are shisty. Our health system is a shambles.
There's a lot of crap people in every career, and I think and it is really hard, and that's why I think I think we have to talk about things we know, the limitations of what we know, but not make it into something that it's not. And I think that's really where the problem is, right? He makes patently false statements about a variety of basic biological processes, and he does that and then promotes a hack that exploits that false statement. But in some ways, there are some benchmarks that people can use. And I know that a lot of his listeners really reject the idea of consensus because they're listening to him because they think that he's going to tell them a secret that everyone else is hiding, right? He kind of thrives on this contrarian persona, and that's why he platforms other contrarians. But, when we talk about the term scientific consensus, we're not talking about a bunch of scientists sitting at a table and like, yeah, we all agree on that. We're talking about consensus means something very different when we say scientific consensus than like consensus on where we're going to go to dinner tonight, right? Scientific consensus means that when you look at the quality and quantity of evidence on a topic, there is a clear position that those in the field would conclude based on those data. So when we talk about scientific consensus about, say, the flu, scientific consensus data demonstrate that the flu vaccine is safe and effective and is incredibly beneficial. Or when we talk about scientific consensus about fluoride treatment for oral health, scientific consensus data demonstrate that fluoride applied to your teeth, whether it's in fluoridated toothpaste or drinking fluoridated water, reduces the rate of dental caries, gingivitis, tooth decay, cavities, so on and so forth. So when you look at those bodies of data, it's often shared by public health governmental agencies. And so he cultivates an audience that is suspicious of authority, right? He uses his authority as a professor while simultaneously suggesting to people that governmental authorities, pharmaceutical authorities, regulatory authorities shouldn't be trusted. And that's kind of the same playbook that Joe Rogan uses, who was someone that platformed him initially. So, he got a lot of listeners from that original platforming. And so, I think there's not a good solution, right? We need transparency in how we communicate science, but we also have to get people to understand that we don't have all the answers. And that's not to say, oh, you should go listen to this guy who's just selling you snake oil. But yes, we get new information every single day. And this is accrued and analyzed by hundreds or thousands of experts in a field. You can't just listen to this singular person that speaks in a calm voice and gives you good vibes, because that's not how science works. And that's especially true now that he's at a point where he publicly states that his his research for these episodes is just talking to a couple of bros, you know, like in his cold and flu episode, you know, several people were like, well, you know, Andrea has actually said, you know, myself and a couple of others on Instagram, you know, that, you know, this is not the main mode of transmission. This is not, you know, how you protect against the flu. And he was like, well, I talked to 3 MDs about this, so I'm going to stick with this content, you know? And then, you know, his followers are like, well, you should write to him because he has an open comment for him. It's like, yeah, he doesn't care about legitimate critiques because now he's created this environment that actively rejects what scientific consensus is on a topic. And that's why in his oral health episode, you know, he platformed the Ask the Dentist guy who's not even a practicing dentist, and he promotes misinformation about dental health, including that fluoride is a toxin.
Hi, it's me. I'm breaking into the middle of this show because I just wanted to remind you that this is a very, very tiny podcast, and I'm taking on players who make millions and millions of dollars a year with giant legal teams and white-shoed PR firms, but we're trying to get out the truth. And so if you liked this interview with Dr. Andrea Love, I'd love you to consider getting early access to these and other shows that I put out on Patreon. It means a lot if you can support, you know, the work I do. If not, no worries at all. You know, like, subscribe, get the word out. And, you know, I just really appreciate you listening to this really important conversation. So without further ado, we're going right back to it. I think it's very important to note that he has become this sort of the arbiter of science for many people. I mean, the way he introduces his podcast is thank you for your interest in science, as if he is the one who is the person who gets to decide instead of a scientific consensus. And one thing that's, I think, very, very problematic here is that he's also talking specifically about health. It's not just the optic nerve, but Andrew Huberman has a PhD in neuroscience. He's specifically on the optic nerve. Does that qualify him to be an MD?
No, absolutely not. And I think, you know, and by the same token, you know, there's a lot of MDs who I think overestimate their scientific prowess with regard to study evaluation and assessment of data. And so, you know, but there's this confusion, right? You know, if someone has a PhD in some sort of biomedical science, then often they are confused with a clinician. More often than not, it's the opposite. But because of the way that he promotes information, because it's all about optimizing your health, in many ways, he is making prescriptions to people. Now, he's not doing it on a one-on-one basis. And because he's not a licensed healthcare provider, there's limited kind of legal oversight for that. But he's certainly making statements to a broad audience that causes them to alter their behaviors in a way that impacts their health.
Which, to go back to the article for a moment, I'm talking about the article in New York Magazine. One thing that I have personally noticed with Huberman, I've known him since 2017. So before he got famous, the COVID pandemic really made Andrew Huberman famous because all these people had this health anxiety. They were looking for information sources. They found Huberman and he had answers. And for a while, he seemed reasonable. And then I think he has had this shift at some point in another direction. But I want to go even before that. The title of this article was about the title of this article was Falling for Huberman. And it was about how he is a manipulative individual. And I would say that from my own experience, I have seen that time and again, where, for instance, you know, in the article I'm quoted saying, he invited me out on a camping trip. It was going to be some bros going out. We're going to go into the woods. We're going to hike around and, you know, see the sequoias and stuff like that. And I thought it was going to be cool because, you know, it's good to have friends. And like, he was not famous. There was no any of that part of it. I went there. I showed up at his door and he wasn't there. He wasn't there. He didn't show up until like 5 p.m. I didn't see him. And because he was out doing things, he was out working on grants, he was doing things, which is really weird when you show up to camp with somebody and it's been and you fly across the country to do it, and he just ghosts you, which is a pattern throughout that article where he does this with women. A woman flies in from out of the country and he's not there because supposedly he's sleeping with another woman at that time. And here's my pop diagnosis of Andrew Huberman is that he enjoys building up someone's expectations and then having the power to rip those expectations out. He enjoys that manipulation of people. And I think when we talk about his podcast, I think this is why he loves protocols. I think this is why he loves Huberman husbands and Daddy Huberman hashtags and all of the people who wake up and look at the sun for some reason. I think he likes that because he has influence over people, and that serves a drive that's not about the science, but it's actually a psychological piece of him, which feeds into this question about charisma. This is why charisma is so dangerous and why consensus is actually really important. So what do we do, Andrea? You have a PhD. You're obviously more credentialed than me. Where do we go? Because I think what people's reactions are is, hey, I read this article and Huberman's having sex with all these women. And some of them are going to be like, cool, what a bro. And other people are going to be like, who cares about his personal life? His science is great. And it seems like the only action someone can take is subscribe to some other podcast. Subscribe to my podcast. It's Scott Carney. Like, I mean, seriously, what's going on? How do we do this? I mean, are we canceling Huberman? Is that what we're trying to do here? Like, does that solve anything?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard. There's no easy answer, right? You know, I mean, there's a lot of problems with kind of how society consumes information in this day and age. There's a rejection of authority in some ways, but then there's an adulation of authority in the context of Andrew Huberman. And so, you know, it's interesting because I've debunked a lot of, you know, his specific false statements in my area of expertise. And it's always, you know, the fanboys come after me quite aggressively. And it's always, well, you're not famous. Why should we listen to you? And it's like,
right.
That's
what's your follower count?
Fame has nothing to do with the science you're doing, right? You know, I mean, and this is kind of a societal problem, but it's also, you know, it goes to, you know, what's the burden on social media platforms to help fact check? You know, I mean, right now there's no fact checking, right? And then also, you know, you've got this multi-trillion-dollar wellness industry that is funding his podcast, right? He didn't have the reach and the followers until he first got platformed by Joe Rogan. Then he started to get the sponsors who are giving him millions and millions of dollars. You know, I had a podcast for 4 years and it was completely self-funded and volunteer on my part. And I spent 40 hours a week actually prepping on topics that I was, you know, well-versed in. And we rejected every sponsorship because we're not going to hawk supplements because there's no evidence behind them. And so, you know, what's the business model if people who say they want to dispel scientific misinformation and promote good science, you know, there's no investment in that infrastructure. And those who are just going about their business doing their science on a day-to-day basis, you know, those who are in the lab or in academia and in industry, you know, they don't have a platform. They're just doing science, right? And so, you know, they're probably contributing to life-saving medications, right? Or developing new, you know, understanding of genetic disorders or whatever the case happens to be. And so, you know, I don't have a solution, right? It really has to be a paradigm shift. It has to be a shift in how people respect expertise, but also understand the limitations of it. You know, understand that you can't simply just go to PubMed and type some fluoride is toxic and then pull up whatever paper comes up and said, this is my evidence, because that's not what literature search is. And I think there's also this perception, and I think it really goes to this, you know, people want control over their health. They want to be able to feel like they can do more than just the basics, right? That there are things that you can change. And I think, you know, yes, there are some things you can change, right? You know, some of the basics, right? If you're sedentary, try to be less sedentary. If half of your diet is pizza, try to have less than half of your diet pizza. But there's no harm in indulging every now and then, right? It's trends. It's not singular inputs that are going to make or break you. And I think, he creates the illusion that it's these singular inputs, these protocols that are going to make or break your health. And the reality is not that. But beyond that, we have to get to a place where, people realize that the wellness industry and the people that promote these products like Huberman, it's not altruistic. It's money making. And it's just as money making as the regulated pharmaceutical industry. It's just unregulated. And in many ways, it's worse because it's making money by selling lies to people. Whereas at least with regulated medications, there's oversight. There's other people looking at the data. There's other people deeming whether or not this is safe to administer, at what dosage it's safe to administer, who should get it, and how can they get access to it. But people think that just because something is labeled as all natural, or some, supplement company says that it's got buzzwords in it like adaptogens and, xenobiotics and all these things that really don't mean anything. They're marketing buzzwords. That it's benign, and it's not. These things, especially the ones that have proprietary labels, they're not disclosing what's in them. Those can have harmful interactions with actual medications. They can exacerbate pre-existing health conditions. It's not the supplements that are being promoted and sold are not benign, right? They're things that you're putting in your body that many of which you don't actually know what's in them.
It's interesting. Oversight, you would think, would be a thing that people want, right? They would want people, I would think that people want some element of quality control in the world, because you don't want people to lie. You want to get the real thing that you bought when you put your money down, like you think that it would. But I believe that society at large has pushed in a direction where oversight is actually a detraction, because people will say in the pharmaceutical business, look at all of these negative outcomes for the COVID vaccine, for instance. And you will go and you will find negative outcomes for the COVID vaccine. It will be there because everything has a negative outcome in this world if you look at individuals. And because they reported it in VAERS or wherever, therefore people will use that to discredit something because it has transparency and because it has oversight. Whereas something without oversight, something that is just completely flim-flam and made up, it's weird that society allows that. And it's like, well, look, there's no evidence that name your conspiracy theory is not true, so it's got to be true. It's there's this old saying, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. That makes sense, but I think that what we're talking, it's actually the logical fallacy of today is the absence of evidence is not evidence of anything. Like it's such a dumb moment we're in. And also with oversight, I've noticed with this article in New York Magazine, I've been talking to all the women, not all of them, but several of the women who came forward, and I know their real names versus their pseudonyms. And I will say, there is so much more there than what ended up in that article.
I talked to one of them. They reached out to me several months ago, and we had a very long conversation, and it's pretty shocking. But you're absolutely right. It's that argument from ignorance, right? If we don't have evidence of it, that doesn't mean it's not there. And it's very interesting, the disconnect, right? If someone is a scientist for a pharmaceutical company, they're corrupt and they're a shill and they're selling out and they're just towing the company line. But if there's a scientist for a supplement company, then they're doing God's work, according to the wellness industry. Right. But people don't realize that supplement companies are pharmaceutical companies. They're just not regulated pharmaceutical companies. So, it's a very bizarre disconnect psychologically. And I don't have an answer for that. It certainly, goes to the appeal to nature fallacy and a lot of that as well. Because people just don't have there's not good science literacy. There's not good education. And really that's kind of exploited. But it also pulls in that conspiratorial mindset, right? And we know that people who buy supplements or, subscribe to things like organic, non-GMO, like all these other non-evidence-based, marketing buzzwords that are used to mark up the price tag of products, they're actually more likely to believe in medical and health conspiracies, like vaccines are microchipped, like sunscreen is actually causing cancer. And so there's a convergence of the biohacker wellness industry and conspiracy theorists. And really that's kind of, the audience here that's being exploited by this. It's, well, don't trust the vaccines. I'm not going to go out and say don't get the flu shot. I'm just going to tell you why I don't get the flu shot, and I'm going to let you make your own decision. But I'm going to sell you this supplement, which is going to be filled with all these things that are going to help your gut health and your microbiome. And I'm going to throw around a lot of jargon that the way I'm using it is not actually relevant, or even they're not even related to each other. I'm just throwing a bunch of protein names together to sound very credible, like I'm doing a deep dive. I've gotten that comment, right? He does really deep dives. And I'm like, no, he actually just rambles for 2 hours and there's no substance behind it. He could fit a lot of meat in that time, but it's more convincing to his listeners if he's circuitous and just kind of going off on tangents the entire time. And, even the topics that, maybe he's well-versed in, exercise, fitness, whatever, he gets things wrong about because he's not even doing the bare minimum of even a Google search. He made claims about how cortisol activates your innate immune cells, when in reality, it has the opposite effect. It's an immunosuppressive chemical. That's why we use corticosteroids for autoimmune disorders, because it suppresses your immune response. And so, it's almost like at this point, he's got so many followers that nobody is going to dare to fact check him. He doesn't even do any iota of preparation, and he'll just say whatever he feels like, and people take it as fact.
I think another thing that occurs here is a fetishization of certain scientific words. For instance, serotonin and dopamine, testosterone, and you name your biomarker. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
and it's like, but no one cared what their dopamine levels were, other than in very specific syndromes, 6 years ago. No one was saying, oh, this is going to up my dopamine. This is going to lower my dopamine. I need more serotonin. Like, as I understand those levels, and I'm not a total expert on this stuff. I'm not an expert, but like those things are moving around all the time. Like dopamine's going up and down and up and down. And like there's this idea, it's like, no, you need to optimize your dopamine. You need to get it in the right place. And same with testosterone. Everyone who listens to Huberman's ends up on testosterone. And there's a whole supplement company like Blokes and these other ones, which as I understand the prescription methodology on Blokes, is you have a problem and the answer is always testosterone.
Always. Yeah.
And it's like these words, because they're science sounding, are fetishized and given meaning that they don't actually even have.
Yeah. And the other part, and that's a lot of the pseudoscience methodology too. It's extrapolating a term or a phenomenon that has maybe a place in a very specific disease state, and then it's applying it to everything. And so like on the Lustig episode, Huberman says 93% of Americans have leaky gut, which is not remotely true. Leaky gut is not a medical condition. In very specific gastrointestinal disorders that are, the pathology leads to cellular changes in the mucosal epithelial cells of the intestinal lining. And these are things like autoimmune, celiac disease, and so on. And that's been co-opted by the wellness industry to basically say, well, toxins and food particles and bacteria are leaking out of your gut into your bloodstream. And that's why you have headaches and fatigue and bloat and et cetera. And you can take my health test and then you can take my supplements and it'll cure you. And so it becomes, again, like they want to put a label on it. They want to feel like they're having control of it. And then it makes them feel like they're in on a secret, right? Like they're in on this health phenomenon that conventional medicine is going to lie to you about, right? And it's not just him, right? You know, Glucose Goddess is selling a supplement that's going to stabilize your blood sugar spikes when your blood sugar is supposed to move up and down when you eat things, as long as you have a functioning pancreas. You know, Huberman talks a lot about the vitamin D. That's his whole thing for why you have to go put your eyeballs in the sun. And the whole vitamin D industry is wild. I wrote a piece about you know, the inflation of testing thresholds and Michael Holick and his whole push to over supplement people on vitamin D. But, you know, even if you go get a vitamin D test, right, they're looking at circulating levels. You store vitamin D precursor in your fat cells in your liver, and it can be utilized if you're not exposed to the sun on a given day. And so those blood tests aren't even representative of all the vitamin D that you have available in your body. And so it's the same logic with all these other tests, right? He uses, even when he talks about, like, you know, immune cell performance or whatever, he was citing the terrible Finnish sauna study as a very good study, which is not a very good study at all. But they're looking at circulating levels of immune cells. And, you know, because he doesn't know immunology, he doesn't realize that immune cells live in your lymph organs, they live in your spleen, they're in your lymph nodes, they're in tissues. They're not just hanging out in your blood. And especially if you're doing something to your body, like sitting in a sauna, they're going to move around. And that's just what they do, because immune cells aren't, you know, they're not stationary. They move around your body because they're patrolling for foreign invaders. And so, you know, not to mention the fact that that study had no difference in any of the outcomes and it had 8 people in it. But, you know, the problem is again, you know, you exploit this kind of fundamental lack of understanding and the cherry picking of studies, and then saying, oh, well, you go sit in a sauna, that's going to boost your immunity. And people are like, well, hell yeah, I want to boost my immunity because that's going to make me healthier. If my immune system is pumped up, that means I'm not going to get sick. That means I'm not going to get this. And, you know,
well,
you can't flex it. You can't flex your immune system.
Well, there are arguments, I would say, that for sauna, for instance, if you think that the fever is a response to a sickness coming into your body, and it's an effective way to deal with illness that has been evolutionary around for a while. The sauna allows you to raise your body temperature without expending energy. That's probably beneficial to some degree, but it's certainly not a panacea in the way that it has been created. I'm not even really sure what they mean by heat shock proteins, the way they get described in, you know, by people like Huberman. But I do want to point out another thing before I go down that rabbit hole, because that is a rabbit hole for me, which is, if you look at placebos, right, the whole idea of a placebo, there have been many studies that show that somebody who is more suggestible actually has a higher placebo response. So that if you're a super suggestible person, you're more likely to increase on the benefits of whatever medication, placebo or otherwise, you get. And this is something that can be hacked. And that is something I would say is arguably good. Like if you were sick or you felt sick, and then you were less sick at the end of it, being suggestible is actually clinically good if you want to enhance the placebo effect. But in areas where the placebo effect doesn't play any role, for instance, let's just say an antibiotic, you have an infection, it doesn't matter how suggestible it is, the infection needs to be treated. There is this certain window where confidence expressed to your patient is consoling and has therapeutic outcomes that are beneficial. For instance, Rohan Francis, who's a friend of mine, is a famous YouTuber. I think you've retweeted him on the tweet thread things before. Rohan will say, look, I will take a picture of your heart with like an echocardiogram or whatever, and it'll be a bad heart. And at the end of the operation, he'll show you the picture again, and he'll say this is a good heart. And he says that the people he does this to, they have improved outcomes. So that's good, right? So, and I think that this placebo response and understanding that is an important thing is something that we as people who want to get better do need to maximize. On the other hand, when you start to maximize it, you end up in this fucking hole of bullshit. You know, so.
Yeah. I mean, that's, you know, a lot of the crux of it, right? You know, you have this line to walk as a human being, as a functioning member of society, me as a scientist who is, a particularly skeptical scientist. And there's a moral conflict about, misleading someone for their benefit or for their detriment, or for maybe something that's neutral to them, but it's benefiting you, and maybe it's detrimental to society, right? So it's this very kind of gray area. And so, the placebo effect can be very powerful, as can the nocebo effect, right? And we have a lot of data to demonstrate that. And certainly clinicians utilize that, and it can be very effective, especially for post-op recovery and a lot of those sorts of things. If people feel like this surgery, you're going to have smooth sailing, that's going to improve outcomes, as opposed to someone, exiting the operating suite and being told, well, that was touch and go there, But again, like, that's on an individual basis, right? When you're interacting with a patient on a patient by patient basis. Here we're talking about him making unsubstantiated claims to essentially the population at large. And I would argue that while people taking a supplement, there might be a placebo effect, I think that is outweighed by the harms of taking the supplements that can cause actual, like, medical harms, but also the bigger societal harms of the rejection of science more broadly, the espousal and kind of promotion of anti-science legislation. It's beyond just, I'm buying the supplement, I'm taking the supplement. Now we're seeing measles outbreaks because of anti-vaccine and anti-science rhetoric. We had eradicated that 20, 40 years ago, and now it's back, and it's killing people, and so again, how do we rein that in, right? How do we rein in kind of, yes, science says this. Yes, there's a lot science doesn't know. So we can't be completely rigid about everything we say. But on the other side, well, you can't just fly by the seat of your pants and put whatever you want into your body. And it's really interesting that, anti-vaccine people are like, well, I'm not injecting that into my body while they're covered in tattoos and they're eating all the supplements, and none of those things are regulated. And yes, I have plenty of tattoos. So, I do it both, but again, there's that psychological disconnect where this one thing is perceived as, well, I'm not putting that into my body because it's toxic. And then the other is, well, this thing that has no science behind it is definitely beneficial to me, so I'm definitely going to put it in my body.
I'm ready to go down to the Amazon to take a random tar tasting substance ayahuasca ceremony for 4 days, because I'm sure that's going to fix my stuff. Like, yes, 100%. We put stuff into our bodies all the time, and we have no idea what they do. Why does the jibber jab? why is that the bad one, right? Like, yes. The jibber jab has come up so often in my comments lately. I just find it hilarious. I don't know why that's the word, but it's in the last few weeks. Andrea, this is a great conversation. Where do people find you and more out about you?
Yeah, so I have a newsletter. It's called Immunologic. So you can find it on my website. It's immunologic.org, spelled just like it sounds. I'm on Instagram and Threads. My handle is doctor.andrealove. And then you can also find the American Lyme Disease Foundation, which is we debunk Lyme misinformation and tick-borne disease misinformation. It's aldf.com. Yeah.
All right. Well, I really appreciate you coming onto this podcast. And everyone, go check out her stuff. It's great. My literary agent told me to talk to her. Oh. So that's a big deal. From Scott Carney Investigates in Denver, Colorado, this was Scott Carney Investigates. Wait, no, from Pokey Bear LLC in Denver, Colorado, this was Scott Carney Investigates. Right after the New York Magazine piece released its expose, the internet, it caught fire. I released this short reaction piece to the allegations on that very same day. I think you can hear in my voice that I'm pretty agitated by the whole thing, and maybe that's why this video went a little viral. Up next, what will happen to Andrew Huberman now? This week, Carrie Howley, an essayist and investigative journalist for New York Magazine, wrote a cover story about how the famous neuroscientist and podcaster Andrew Huberman lies about his background, doesn't run an active lab at Stanford, abuses and manipulates women while simultaneously making millions of dollars selling supplements on his Science Forward podcast. I used to know Huberman a little bit, and her story included a few quotes from me about some of the disturbing behavior that I'd seen from him back in the days before he shot into internet fame. All right, guys, Andrew Huberman of the Huberman Lab, the virtual shark diver.
Real shark diver.
And real shark diver. And we're going to get to those comments in a second, but first let's talk about the comment sections in Reddit forums and X forums that seem to be breaking into two basic camps. First, there are people who feel disturbed and betrayed by how his public persona does not match his private one. And the other camp are people who think that this was a coordinated hit piece by a journalist who's trying to gin up controversy against someone whose scientific communication has helped millions of people. After all, Huberman broke into the ranks of celebrity because of his patient and not dumbed down scientific explanations of how the brain influences mental health. He popularized these morning rituals that involve getting light early in the day. He's got cold and heat exposure protocols, and probably most importantly, gave his listeners a sense of control over the mechanisms that connect people's brains to their bodies. It's no surprise that he rose to prominence during the COVID-19 lockdowns when the entire world seemed to be going through a mental health crisis. Now, I think to some degree that these two camps are actually sort of saying the same thing. Huberman offers his fans a sense of control over their biology, and it's, well, sort of a letdown that Huberman doesn't seem to have the same control over his own life that he promises to his podcast fans. The camps are just trying to decide whether or not that matters. And this touches on a theme where experts in the various fields that Huberman pontificates on in his 3-hour shows are skeptical about how grounded his science advice really is.
The wellness industry and the people that promote these products like Huberman, it's not altruistic. It's money making. You know, he creates the illusion that it's these singular inputs, these protocols that are going to make or break your health. And the reality is not that.
Of course, I've seen this for myself as well, with his frankly, bizarrely specific protocols on how to take ice baths and sauna, and how he promoted scientists like Susanna Søberg, who are really just influencers with their own extensive online courses, not serious researchers. It's mostly like flim-flam pseudoscience. My contribution to the New York Magazine piece was pretty small, but I do think it is at least somewhat important to talk about who Huberman is as a person when there's no microphone in front of him. Because if I were going to put on the hat of a psychologist instead of a journalist, I would say that in my experience, there's nothing that Huberman enjoys more than manipulating people. I think more than anything else, he likes having the power to influence other people's actions and then watch them get upset, go apoplectic, to have a mental health crisis of their own when he pulls the rug out from under them. He likes wielding and developing power. And I say this because it's a pattern that I've observed with him personally long before he was ever famous. Now, back in 2018, I was working on my book, The Wedge, and I was interested in his laboratory research on how he tested people's fear responses in a virtual reality lab. He had these, fake sharks that would swim by you, and to somebody who was afraid of sharks, they would have these autonomic arousal spikes, and I thought that was really cool, and I could write about it, about how you have some control over your fear responses. We established a tentative friendship, and after I finished the reporting, he invited me out to Oakland to hang out with him with the plan that we would head out on a 2 or 3 day camping trip into the woods. I think it was Sequoia National Park, but it might have been Yosemite. I sort of forget. I was excited, not because he was famous or any of that, just because I wanted an interesting friend. So I packed a bag, I booked a ticket from Denver, and I rented a car. But when I showed up at his house, dude wasn't there. I mean, he said that he had some work to do, there were some text messages, and there was a grant deadline, I guess. And he basically ghosted me for roughly 18 hours. I stayed at his house alone for the entire day with his dog Costello, who was on the couch, not moving very much, watching the time that we had put aside for camping slip by. It was so weird. And eventually we did go on some short day hikes where we talked about neuroscience and nerve regeneration and stuff. And it was interesting. He did say some pretty weird things about sex there. Maybe I'll get into that in a different video. But let's talk about the ghosting, because this wasn't the only time he did it. Later, he invited me to swim with sharks with him, not virtual ones, but real ones off the coast of Mexico.
We're getting a little sampling of the Pacific for next month's Cage Exit White Shark Dive in Guadalupe.
I thought we weren't supposed to say that.
We have permits.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you have to have permits. We have permits. And the sharks are out there, and they're heading that way, which is south, and we're going to meet up with them in just over a month.
We'll see them later.
Exactly.
But he said that I would need to get a diving certification to make it happen first. So I spent the summer learning to scuba dive here in Denver, which is a mile above sea level, so it's sort of tricky. And it cost me about $1,000 and like 3 or 4 weeks of classes. But the day before we were supposed to go, he canceled that trip again, said he would reschedule it. It never got rescheduled. And then, I was pretty disappointed. All these plane tickets aren't working. Then he said we could go to the Galapagos Islands together, and that went nowhere. And it was, all right, it was weird because you don't do that to would-be friends. And I have another example that I think is really relevant because it shows you the sort of disturbing sides of his personality. So I wrote this chapter about him in The Wedge. We were talking about virtual sharks and some neurology, and I gave him a draft to review. And this is not something that journalists always do. I just figured it was pretty tame stuff, and he looked pretty awesome in it. So maybe that would be cool. And no one was paying attention to him at that time anyway, so maybe it would give him like a little boost. It was cool. It was going to be very collegial. But again, he ghosted me. I sent him this piece in August, and he said he would look at it really, really soon. And every week he wouldn't look at it. And this went from August until January. Meanwhile, my deadline was about to get blown past. My editor was like on my case. And I told him, like, look, this is just not cool. I've given you enough time to review. I'm just going to run with it anyway. And I'm just going to assume that your silence on this is just that I got everything right. And then he called me immediately. And Andrew was mad. He was literally screaming at me on the phone that I had no right to report on his research, that I'd gotten everything wrong, and that he was going to use Stanford's legal team to sue me into oblivion. Not only that, but by mentioning that a Navy SEAL was going to be on his shark expedition, that I was violating Navy SEAL OPSEC. Like, I've never heard that before. No one's ever told me that writing a story about a shark expedition was going to endanger national security, but there he was. It was madness. And I've never had a source react to me like that, let alone with one who I was like friendly with. And then he did something strange at the end of the call. He told me that he didn't care about my career as a journalist, but only wanted to cultivate our friendship. This is after yelling at me for like 30 minutes. And it's weird to me because it seemed like he was trying to, at one side, like destroy my career, destroy a book that I'd been writing for like, I guess 2 years at that point, and yet still value him as a person, a friendly guy, a good guy. And it was the most manipulated that I think I've ever felt in my life. And from that moment on, I knew that we were never really friends. We hadn't been before, and we were never going to be. Instead, he just liked having power over people and exercising it. This quote from the Huberman Lab piece pretty much sums up my feelings about him. I think Andrew likes building up people's expectations, and then he actually enjoys the opportunity to pull the rug out from under you. There's something really off about a person who intentionally sets up an expectation that you're going to do something cool so that specifically he can violate it. I think he really likes having that power to manipulate people, to do his bidding, or just tear them down. I think it's something psychological in his brain. Maybe the reason he sets you up to fail is so that he can be the savior and come in and say, no, I have solved the problem. And then you have sort of put yourself under his spell, under his power. He likes to have that power to give and to take away. And there's a few more examples I could share, but I think the pattern I'm getting at here, it's pretty clear. Now, from Carrie Howley's reporting, it does seem that he did very similar things with a bevy of women that he dated, he cheated on, and that he manipulated. I mean, he invited one woman to meet him while he was sleeping with another woman, and he put his girlfriend through IVF, even though he seemed to like not want kids because he's sleeping with all these other ladies. And he has this frankly insane knack for juggling at least 6 women at once, with a complicated and interlacing schedule pattern that Howley called logistical jujitsu. And it goes on and on and on. And I think, you know, honestly, you just need to read the piece because I'm not going to do justice to it here. It's 8,000 words long. It's a good read in and of itself. And their stories are important. If you want to, you know, on the link down below, if you can't access it, here's the hack. You can open it for free by just opening the link in an incognito window. Now, everything here, it's fascinating to me because it goes back to those 2 different reactions that pretty much everyone had once they read the piece. On one hand, Huberman appears to be an intensely manipulative person who does not abide by the ideals that he seems to purport to on his podcast. On the other hand, he's also clearly pretty good at deploying his tactics efficiently to get the outcomes that he wants to from friends, lovers, and, well, and now from you, dear listener. I mean, that's right. Like, if you're one of his roughly 3 million daily listeners following his protocols on sunlight and dopamine hacking and, you know, whatever else, if you're a Huberman husband or one of those women who post thirsty hashtags like Daddy Huberman, realize that this is exactly what Andrew always wanted. He wanted to dig into your life and change the way you interact with the environment for better or worse, and it might not ultimately even matter if there was science to back up his protocols. To Huberman, all that matters is that you followed his protocols, that you actually did what he said, because he loves having control. And in that way, Huberman, well, we've all sort of become part of his harem. I know that I'll have more to say about Huberman in the future, and I think there's like a lot more to say about his optimization protocols being based on little more than flim-flam and tiny studies, but I'll leave that for another day. For now, I just want to thank you for stopping by my channel as I sort of grapple with, you know, honestly being at the beginning of both Andrew Huberman, but also Wim Hof's career before they went all weird. I need to think about how that keeps on happening to me. After the article dropped, just about everyone except Andrew Huberman himself was talking about it. In fact, just a week later, Joe Rogan went in depth about his own relationship with the neuroscientist, made him famous, and how the women in those pieces were just not credible sources. Now, I did a reaction video to Joe Rogan's 3-hour exegesis, and everything that I'm saying in this upcoming video it's sort of off the cuff, but it still checks out pretty well. However, many people in the comments have pointed out that I got the comedian Andrew Schulz's name wrong. Sorry about that. I'd actually never heard about him until then, and I've still never watched his TV show. Introducing Joe Rogan's deleted Huberman footage. I sat through 3 hours, so you didn't have to. And there's some irony in that, right? Because this is a long video too. Anyway, here's the video. Okay, so you guys have been sending me this one clip from Joe Rogan over and over and over again, where Joe Rogan goes out to defend Andrew Huberman, who's been on the show quite a few times. And I wanted to just like ignore it because who cares what Joe Rogan says, but because all of the comments in my videos are sort of like referencing a DOJ investigation and allegations of fraud and whatnot, I wanted to actually look at that episode a little bit and talk about what was there. And so, you know, the episode is 3.5 hours long, so we're not going to do a reaction to everything that's there. This is a reaction video, but I just can't inflict that upon my audience. So instead, I've just sort of cut down some major highlights, you know, going from the beginning to the end. And I think the whole clip is about 11 or 12 minutes. But one thing that's super interesting is that the clip that everyone has been sending me is actually not in that main video. And it took me a long time to discover that that clip had actually been removed from what was on YouTube. So when I play this reaction video, it's actually what I recreated by taking the clip that Rogan deleted and then putting it back in to the context of his larger episode. This was something that I thought was going to take like 5 minutes and ended up taking like the better part of my morning. But I did it, and now we're going to go talk about the Rogan episode. And I'm going to make myself smaller here. And then we're going to play the Rogan episode. Here, it's JRE 2132.
But like straight up told us, he's like, yeah, you know, I guess one of the advantages I have is like I'm pretty close to sociopath.
Okay. So this is Aaron Schultz, and he's this comedian, and we're starting here. He's not talking about himself. He's talking about a person on his podcast. And I think this is actually really important because he's going to be talking about sociopathy and his view of sociopathy, which I think is really important when we talk about Andrew Huberman's gate. So let's just go listen to what he has to say.
Like I'm not there, but like I don't feel the same emotions that everybody feels. There's like a lack of guilt, but I know when I should feel it in these moments.
Whoa.
But that's a huge advantage. Imagine if you're trying to like find assets and flip assets.
Yeah.
If you and I like build a relationship with somebody and we like feel empathy for them,
right?
Maybe we wouldn't be able to say, hey, now it's time for you to cough up the information or else.
Right.
Okay, that was super important because we begin, the whole framing of the overall episode is the comedian Aaron Schultz talking to Rogan saying sociopathy actually has advantages and you're able to deceive people about this. And now Rogan then goes on to some of his favorite topics. There's some Bigfoot mentioned, and then we talk about some aliens. I'm just going to play you some of this because it gives you the context for where people are getting information.
This main level with the gravity amplifiers and the level below the gravity emitters. People call these large black rectangular areas on the top portholes. I believe they were some planar sensor array that just took in information from the surrounding area, whether it be patterns of stars or what have you.
So we got the shape right. Like the sci-fi people got the shape right.
Yeah, well, they knew about it a long time ago. Kenneth Arnold saw flying saucers in the 1950s. He was a pilot.
Okay. They go on like that for hours, for like literally hours. They're talking about CIA conspiracies and like COVID vaccine problems and how aliens are real and they're visiting and how the anti-gravity rays work. Like it's Rogan bananas. This is like, and this is the information that is considered credible because he's telling you the truth and other people don't understand the truth. A typical Rogan episode. And now he's going to wax lackadaisical about social media and like how social media constrains the truth from what you should really know. That transition's long.
The impact of social media has thrown this country into a fucking turmoil.
What do you mean?
It's a force that we didn't anticipate. The amount of echo chambers that exist, the amount of people that gather up together in these groups, and they have full confirmation bias. They only believe one side.
Sort of agreed.
They disregard all evidence from the other side.
Yeah.
They dig their heels in. They want to be on the right side of history. They want to win. If Donald Trump wins, it's a threat to democracy. Joe Biden's a criminal. He's a threat to democracy. Our whole life is at stake with this election. And it's like, if you're on the wrong side, you've been co-opted by the bad people.
Yeah.
All right. You know what? Honestly, I think, let me make myself bigger here. Honestly, I think that Rogan had a good point there. Social media has polarized all of us in a lot of ways, and he's really good. And then he talks about truth. Like, how do you understand truth in this incredibly biased media environment? This plays directly to something that he said was very accurate. All right, here we go. Bink. These transitions are long.
It is imperative that we have access to all sorts of information, even information that might not be correct.
Yes.
You got to know why the person thinks the way they think, even if I disagree with them. Why do you think that?
Yeah.
Like how does it work in your head? Have you considered this? I'll steel man their position.
Yeah.
I try to find out. And if you're silencing people that are from Stanford and Harvard.
Okay, really, really important here. All right, he's talking about listening to all sides, which I think is not a terrible idea. I mean, there are some issues with both siding things, but he is saying, like, you got to listen to people, and most importantly, you can't silence people. Super critical. And now he's going to go into COVID conspiracies, because the people who are being silenced are the conspiracy theorists who often have giant platforms and are on Joe Rogan, the largest podcast in the world by orders of magnitude. Anyway, here we go.
Like they did during COVID, actual experts.
Yeah.
You're doing a disservice to human beings,
Yeah.
including you and your family.
Yeah.
Because if you're lying or allowing people to lie about medication
Yeah.
or about the adverse effects of medication,
Yeah.
that is not just you.
Yeah.
That's everyone that you know that's
Yeah.
also going to take that medication upon your admission or
Yeah.
your recommendation. You're doing a disservice to everyone,
Yeah.
to the whole. The person who's telling the truth is doing a service to everyone, the whole.
Okay, the person who's telling the truth is doing a disservice. Now, I'm not going to go into the whole vaccine conspiracy stuff. There's, look at the Conspirituality podcast. I'm sure they've got lots of stuff on what Rogan is talking about here, and that's not really what I want to point out. But he is saying that the person who's telling the truth needs to be listened to, and I actually agree with this point.
So how do we parcel out the truth?
You got to listen to everybody.
And then you make that decision yourself.
It takes time. Look how long it took from COVID to figure out.
You got to listen to everybody, okay? Super important. If you're going to listen to everybody, this is going to be so important later in this video.
What was going on.
Yeah.
Okay, so after saying you have to listen to everybody, listen to everyone's viewpoints, now he's going to talk about how, like, he's so lucky he gets to talk with exceptional people. When exceptional people are people who've been on Joe Rogan's podcast. Like, there's sort of, that's how he defines things. Important here, we're going to go on.
We're very lucky. There's people out there that don't have any exceptional people in their life. And they live through these conversations that we have with those people vicariously.
Yeah.
Because those people become a part of their life too. Like,
Yeah.
oh shit, Schultz is on. And they get excited.
I will say that's the cool thing about people knowing you from podcasting is that they probably know more about your life than like even some of your friends do.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're hanging out with you for hours a week. So when they meet you, they're meeting this person they know a lot about, not this character from a TV show that is not reflective of you at all.
Right.
All right. So that is actually so important about the media sphere that we live in. People, you got to remember that people spend 3 hours a week, 8 hours a week with Joe Rogan and people like Schultz, and they listen to them and they see these people as the conduits of truth, of like, hey, I jive with Rogan. And honestly, he presents a really cool vibe. Like, let's just be honest. Like, he sounds like a cool guy to hang out. Like, like when I was in college, these were the conversations. You'd get really baked and you'd be sitting in some room and you'd be talking to like hours about weird things in the world. And you feel like you're learning something. And, they present themselves as being honest. But remember, we started this whole thing. This whole show started with Aaron Schultz talking about how great it is to be a sociopath sometimes and how advantageous that can be. Aaron Schultz again.
You're not Ross from Friends.
Right.
Because Ross might be completely different than Ross from Friends.
Right.
And I can understand like why you might resent people loving you for a character you play when you know you're not that character.
So he's saying he's not playing a character. They're both comedians on a show, and they're just saying that they show up totally legit and that these are the people who they actually are. And, I do think that his cognitive dissonance points is not actually terribly bad. Actors often, you see, Kit, whatever, from Game of Thrones on the street, and you're like, oh, you're that Game of Thrones character. No, he's not really. He's playing a character. So something that they're saying here is true, that actors do have this disassociation. But on the other side, they're also saying that these people talking here, this is just who they are. But remember, we just were talking about aliens and other things. How do we know this is truth?
But if people appreciate you for what you do, either in stand-up or even in podcasting or whatever, it's like they're appreciating this thing you really care about and a true version of yourself.
Yes.
So the love feels worth it, It feels
That's
justified.
also why it's very difficult to...
Okay. Now, here's what's super interesting. At this point, in the main Joe Rogan feed, there's like a really quick cut, and it appears to me, as far as I can tell, this section was actually deleted, but it was already cut out and sort of spread all over the internet. Unless I'm a little bit wrong and actually somewhere else in this giant 3-hour sort of mega movie of Joe Rogan, maybe this is the cut is actually cut from other sections, but I don't think it is, because I spent a lot of time going over transcripts trying to find duplicates. So what you're about to see is not on Joe Rogan's official feed anymore, because they took it out. Oh, and that's why it looks different.
Yay or nay?
Yeah, we're good.
Let's just do it.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, and they know that they're going into territory that they don't want to really talk about. Look, they're nervous.
Speaking of psycho, speaking of people.
Isn't it interesting that this thing is called the University of JRE? Like, people really get most of their information. I mean, they're spending 3 hours a week. This is where the main source of information for millions and millions of people. I think it's 12 million people a week listen in. It's huge. It's a huge number of people who see this as like the most credible source of journalism and information in the world.
People that are potentially bad.
Yeah.
That do not have your good interests at heart and will take advantage of you and maybe are pathological in their desires to crush.
So we're talking about Andrew Huberman's situation.
His situation, not Huberman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Huberman, of course, is totally honest in everything he does because he appears on these podcasts. This is the Huberman situation they're talking about, the pathological people who wrote about them. And remember, Joe Rogan has just spent an incredible amount of time saying we have to listen to all viewpoints and to find the truth. But maybe they're going to say here that maybe some viewpoints shouldn't be listened to.
So one of the things that was left out of that article.
People know, I assume everybody here knows exactly what happened.
So there's an article that Andrew Huberman, an ex, got a hold of a reporter and said that he's a philanderer, he's doing all these terrible things, he's a bad guy.
Yeah.
And so they write this long article.
Actually, there was a lot more to the article than that. But okay, Joe Rogan, this is the New York Magazine article. There's links everywhere. You can go find them. But basically, Rogan is saying the article is only about philandering and not the fact that Andrew Huberman maybe doesn't even have a lab at Stanford, is constantly manipulative and sociopathic in his actions. None of that. Now Rogan has reduced this to just philandering. Note you.
What they left out was that the person who accused him of all this.
Person who accused him is actually, there is a central woman who was involved in this, of course, but there were also 6 sources, 6 women who all came forward. So it's not just one. I think that's super critical to remember it. Not just one person, 6 people.
First of all, it was being investigated by the DOJ for fraud.
True. This is true. This was left out of the New York Magazine article because they didn't want to disclose this lady's identity. It would be too easy to connect. But Rogan does have a point. There is a fraud case against this person. I'm not going to go into the details of it here. But honestly, you can go find out the details. Like if you Google around, you will be able to find out the details of the case. This name is not very well hidden in the public record. But here's the question: if someone was convicted of a crime or is under investigation for a crime, does that mean that they are, they can't have bad things happen to them, and that you can't trust anything they say, especially when there's corroborating reports from 6 or 7 or 8 other sources?
And is in the middle of that right now. It's a very serious case. I would name the case, but that would, they made the lady anonymous, which is also crazy. Like you could have an anonymous person who...
I do think that the women should come forward, and I have actually recently been in communication with them, and it does seem like people will be coming forward very soon in future reporting. But he has a point. Anonymous sources are a little tricky, even though they were reported and then legally reviewed by New York Magazine. But yeah, anonymous sources are tricky.
Attacks this famous person which is essentially, whether it's true, what the things she's saying are true or not true, the stuff
the things that she said, whether or not they're true, the things that she's saying are, are true and corroborated. But, okay, he's saying whether or not it's true.
She left out the DOJ
and
stuff.
That's when he breaks it off.
Exactly.
He breaks it off.
The
She feels
DOJ
scorned.
contacts him because they're investigating this woman.
And you think that would be like maybe the first
Okay. This did not happen. The case happened in 2001. The relationship broke off in 2023. Rogan is positing that there is a causal link between this fraud investigation, which did occur, and Huberman leaving the relationship. Well, that would have made sense if it happened in 2001 when this investigation was going on. And if you Google around, you'll know what case I'm talking about. And you will see that this is what happened. The relationship broke off in 2023. It was not the cause of the breakup. The breakup was the crazy philandering and the multi-monogamy that Huberman was involved in. So this is like a classic misdirection technique.
Paragraph.
You would think that would at least be a part of the article.
Yeah.
If it was a real piece of news.
Yeah.
You would say, oh, this is complicated. Yeah.
Okay, so what do you think it is?
All right, I do agree putting this stuff in the article would be better, and I believe this will come out. It's not actually a terrible point of him, but it doesn't invalidate the whole piece. It doesn't mean all of the information in that article was wrong, because, again, there are 6 women sources and then many, many other corroborating sources, me being one of them. Let's go on.
Do you think it could come from pharmaceutical companies?
Oh, okay, now let's go really pivot hard. Maybe, hey guys, hey. We've been talking about conspiracies this whole time. Maybe what's going on with Joe Rogan? Maybe these guys are getting paid by Big Pharma. Oh, come on. Well, they've been setting this up for 3 hours. You've been listening for 3 hours of this stuff. Of course they pivot this way.
Don't think there's zero influence. I mean, I think for sure. Look, with the stuff that happened to me,
that's what I was going to
COVID,
ask. What do you think it comes from?
That was 100% influenced by pharmaceutical drug companies.
Political interest too?
Yeah, well, they're all tied in together because they fund.
It's crazy how Joe Rogan, the most popular podcaster in the whole world, is just under attack all the time. It's just so terrible. People are silencing the man with a 12 million person subscription feed on the very top of all the charts. It's just so terrible that he is he got a $100 million deal from Spotify. He's not been canceled.
Yeah. So you got pharmaceutical drug interests that fund the network, right? They pay for so much of the advertisement.
So
right?
Yeah.
I mean, you
now
can't
they're
just
beholden
cut
to the
that
advertisers.
Off.
Yes,
you cut if
I cannot tell you how many comments that I've had recently from people saying that I've been bought and paid for by Big Pharma. I have not been paid by Big Pharma. If Big Pharma wants to get in touch with me, we can talk. But this is just a classic connecting of different conspiracy theories together in a way to make you believe that whatever he's saying is going to be perfectly accurate.
If the news said no more pharmaceutical drugs, like let's imagine if the government says this.
Yeah.
The government says no more pharmaceutical drug contributions to super PACs, no more pharmaceutical drugs ads on television shows and newspapers. No more.
Bad.
Then you have to fill a massive void that's missing from those ads. And you're going to have to bring in Toyota trucks and fucking all these different things.
Yeah.
But you're missing out on a lot of fucking money. So if that's a giant portion of your ad revenue, you're going to avoid all.
It's so interesting that he's saying that Big Pharma can influence networks, but not influence one of the most major health influencers in the world. Andrew Huberman takes money from all sorts of health organizations like, Athletic Greens and Whoop and Plunge and all these other things that are funneling money into his show. Why would he not be unfairly influenced by that? Why would some journalist, Carrie Howley, who gets paid from New York Magazine, not from some Big Pharma conspiracy. Big Pharma is coming down from on high and being like, let's do a story on Andrew Huberman because he's breaking the world. No, it's not the way it works. It just is. There's no way that's the way it works.
All conversations about vaccine injuries.
Yes.
They're not going to come up. You are going to shut them down and go to commercial.
Yes.
You're going to say, well, the studies don't show that. The study, you'll talk over RFK.
Yeah.
What you're saying is just simply not true. Vaccines are the reason why we don't have.
Wait, why didn't aliens figure out the COVID thing for us? I mean, if they're here, Why didn't they sort that out? I mean, let's just connect all of these conspiracy theories, like RFK, JFK assassination, Bigfoot shows up in this show. Like how come all of them aren't connected in the other way? Like why don't we have this super technology? I don't know. Whatever. Let's just go on.
Yes. The vaccines have never been shown to cause autism. Vaccines, and then we'll be right back. And they go to commercial, and then it's just like the person shouted them down. They're probably getting talk in their ear. Don Lemon, get off.
No one is shutting Rogan down. 1.4 million people have already watched this video.
The subject, like there's probably
just on YouTube.
Probably someone in their ear because they do have earpieces.
But here's the thing: I don't even know if they have to tell you. When you know that you are being paid by someone, it's very easy to just go along with whatever narrative they support.
100%.
And that's
what a great point. When you're being paid by someone, could you not go along with whatever they're saying? Let's look at the 20 sponsorships on Andrew Huberman's show. Who's sponsoring the Jazzerciser on Joe Rogan? Like, yeah, of course, it's a great critique to say that money influences people, but why are they not acknowledging that it can influence their guests as well?
The tricky thing, because a lot of times we act like there's these like group of 6 people that are disseminating this information. They're directly hitting up Don Lemon, all these other people. Like, you must behave this way. I think people fall in line. I think it's almost human instinct to fall in line. When you know who's got your back, you kind of fall in line with it. And if the pharmaceutical companies are supporting 25% of your ads or 30, whatever the fuck it is, you fall in line with it. You fall in line with the narratives of the networks you're with. If you write for the Washington Post, you probably fall in line. And
this guy has no idea how magazine articles get greenlit at newspapers and magazines. Like, he just has no clue what a firewall is between editorial and advertising, which is a real thing that they have all sort of forgotten because they're all in the influencer world and they've never taken a single ethics class in their entire lives.
When you start to ruffle feathers, your articles don't get posted. And then you realize, oh shit, if I want my articles to get posted, I got to write like this. And my kid's in private school and I want to build a pool. And now there's this incentive structure that's built in without anybody fucking telling you what to do.
Exactly.
So it's this, it's not as like nefarious as people assume it is when you hear about like the deep state and who are these people telling you. It's an incentive structure built in, and human beings want to survive. And we start kind of doing the things that will help us survive.
And it's all.
And how do we think that these people are not influenced by money? Like how is he the exception to the rule? Is it only because you're listening to him? I mean, the cognitive dissonance is enormous.
All implied, what you're supposed to say and not supposed to say.
It's the Clinton speaking fee. Like, no one wants to hear Hillary Clinton speak. Exactly. Nobody ever has wanted to hear her speak, but she's.
Why are we talking about Clinton? What election are we in again?
Getting $400,000 from Goldman Sachs.
Yeah, exactly.
After she's
like, seriously, that is like, but her emails. We are so far beyond that now, guys.
What was he? Secretary of State. Yeah. So it's like, but Goldman Sachs doesn't need to say, hey, by the way, you're going to get speaking fees. Exactly. She knows it.
Exactly.
They all fucking know it.
Well, that was why during the Trump debates with Clinton, he was like, release the transcripts of those speeches.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, I'll release my taxes. You release the transcripts.
Yeah.
And what is the...
And now a little Trump baiting here.
The transcript. Hey guys, do we really need to be here, or can I go home?
You know what I want? I want you guys to make money.
Yeah. We've certainly moved rightward on Joe Rogan. That's just something to point out.
But let's keep it rolling.
So that's the whatever, the deep state, if you will. It's not 6 people.
Like the Huberman thing.
Okay, so like the Huberman thing, and that's like, you just heard him say that line. That is what I was trying to find when I was going to connect all these clips together. That whole section you saw with the watermark in it was taken out of the show as far as I can tell. And now we go back to the other edit, which was the original YouTube video.
Like the Huberman thing, where you try to take a distorted version of that person and say, this is who they really are.
He talks to them 4 hours a week.
Yeah.
Okay, so now the distorted thing is the distorted thing is the article and not the sociopathic thing that you're seeing with Huberman talking to you all the time. This is so interesting. It's like, you cannot trust the media because of COVID, because of Hillary Clinton, and that you do have to trust the Huberman narration when you sit down with him talking. Because even though we already talked about sociopathy in the very beginning of this episode, somehow Huberman is not that, because there's a fraud investigation which we misrepresented on the show.
You're not going to change the way that they feel about him.
he's probably right. Huberman has gained a lot of social media followers, although it's also really interesting to note his podcast is now on 20 on iTunes. It used to be at 2 or 3. So it does actually seem like he is losing a little traction, but don't worry, I think Huberman's going to be fine.
Talks to other people like you or me where we're fucking around, joking around, you get to see the real him.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just the distribution of information.
Yeah.
It's also like, this is the guy.
Yeah.
This is who he is.
Yeah. He's going to be okay.
Oh, he's be better than ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah. And it's good that people see, that he's at a position where
they want to attack him. Yeah.
I mean,
okay, so now we're in the next rhetorical flip is that Huberman is famous, and therefore the world wants to tear down famous people because these guys are famous, and none of them want to be torn down. So the fact that people are trying to fact check and question someone's character is itself a problem. And now we're going to talk about how journalism and journalists should be attacked themselves.
Means he's doing something good.
Well, he's a target, and if you're popular and famous, you're a target. And if you're going to be the type of person that goes after those people, that's a dark path.
We were just talking, remember, that it's really important to hear truth from all sides. It's really important to understand truth from all sides, especially when talking about conspiracy theories. But now, when we're talking about the truth of a person's character and a person's actions in the world, now the people who are trying to pursue truth are the enemy.
Not a good path. And you become a target too. They find you.
Well,
they have found me. Look at the comment sections of this video.
Yeah, what we were saying is I think it's important that when these people are writing these clearly biased hit pieces, that they're also recognized for what they've done.
Yeah.
Oh, recognize them for what they've done. Go attack the journalist. Do not, because the journalist is wrong and they wrote hit pieces. What is a hit piece? We have not established that this was a hit piece. They haven't even addressed the topics that were covered in the articles. None of them read the article. Well, actually, I think Rogan may have read the article. But have you who are about to comment on this article, have you read the article? Do you know what's in it?
And the world will see that if you put out something like this, there is a cost.
Yeah.
You're not doing it with impunity.
It's also, there's a cost in your own mind. You know what you did.
Hey, you person who I don't like, you are going to get retribution. And now Rogan is going to pathologize people who are seeking the truth by saying you are a broken person on the inside.
These motherfuckers, I don't think they care.
I think they do and they don't. I think they can do it because they're supposed to do it because that's their job. But I think
journalism's job is to tell the truth.
Once
to report facts, to go out there, to get issues from many sides, multiple sources, and figure out what the truth is. Yes, it is a journalist's job to do that. And Rogan is saying repeatedly here that Carrie Howley and New York Magazine are lying, which, I mean, that might technically be libel.
Pack comes back their way.
They're like, I don't want to pay this price.
Yeah, the blowback is awful. And that blowback stays on you.
Yep.
It doesn't, people will Google that for years to come. They'll know when you write something else.
I never trust.
Yeah, imagine that. You write an article and that's part of your resume. Mm-hmm.
That
Same
person
thing you put
that
out
did
again.
that. This is, And then they'll dig into your past, man.
Now they will dig into your past, journalist, and they will find out what's wrong with you.
Find some things that you did. They'll find some people that are upset at you.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And it's just like negative energy you're putting out.
Bro, there's so much negative energy. Why do you got to be negative? Why can't you just accept that everything out there is true? Like aliens, like COVID conspiracies, like the CIA running everything in the world. Like positive energy is great, but sometimes you have to say, no, maybe we need to be rational.
Out negative energy. People that build people up, people that build people up through their own version of reality that they're writing about, and they're inspiring people, and they're giving people.
So when you have your own version of reality and you're able to just pretend that is what actual objective truth is, that is the only way to influence the world and be a good person. Like he's basically saying you should be insane and not look at facts and just trust his charisma. Like, instead of actually interviewing sources and trying to do what he said earlier, which was understand information from all sides, instead he's trying to shut up the people who are doing this work.
Hope, and you're giving people something positive. That's a great blow. The response to that is like this beautiful thing that everybody's helping everybody advance through this bizarre existence.
Yeah.
But if you're the person that's just always knocking people down, always attacking, you live in that negative space.
Yeah.
All right. So there we have it. There, and honestly, there's like hours and hours of this stuff, and they go back and forth. But it's very clear that Rogan picks and chooses what facts he wants to present, what facts he doesn't, and he backs up any statement he makes by reverting to conspiracy theories. Like repeatedly, he states facts that are not accurate. He tries to give you innuendo, and there are millions of people who believe that his information is more accurate than people who do this professionally. And at other points in this show, and I didn't use that clip because it was already very long, he was saying that he's not an expert. He doesn't know what's actually going on. And which is true. He's not an expert. He's not a professional journalist. And you have to accept that some of these institutions hire fact checkers, hire legal teams, are worried about lawsuits, are actually doing their due diligence, have interviewed and recorded many, many conversations. And that is how we attempt to get towards truth. Now, there could be mistakes, and I agree that it would have been better to expose information about the fraud allegations, which are real. There was a company where one of those women was involved with, where in 2001 there was a major fraud investigation. I believe it's over now. I actually should probably look at where the legal case stands, but I believe it's been all settled out. There's a lot of money paid out, and that's that. And you could say that if someone is a liar, like if someone lies, you shouldn't trust them. And I would say that that's great. And now we agree that lying is bad. And now we have so many documented lies by Andrew Huberman. Even if it's only the cheating with with 6 women, that's on the record now. But I think we're going to actually probably get many more. The word on the street is that there's 20 women all talking to reporters right now, and things will come out soon. Haven't seen those reports, haven't talked to all those women, but that does seem like where this is all going. And when you have a documented liar, if you think that this woman was a liar and therefore you can't trust her, then you also have to agree that Huberman is a liar and you can't trust him either. And maybe we can't trust Joe Rogan too, because he's also lying about the timelines involved with when these breakups happen. You are watching just 3 hours of misinformation. If you get garbage for 3 hours from alien gravity and CIA sociopaths and Hillary Clinton and COVID nonsense, you are going to just have your head full of terrible information. And because these guys are cool and charismatic, and that Aaron Schultz guy has a sort of fascist haircut, you should listen to them. Think more critically here, people. And now, if you've gotten this far, take a look down in the comments and see the tenor of the people who are commenting on my videos, because I get the feeling that they're not all going to be nice. From Pokey Bear LLC in Denver, Colorado, this was Scott Carney's reaction video. It had been several months before Huberman finally broke the silence about the allegations to the New York Magazine piece. There was no way that I wasn't going to weigh in on what he said in yet another reaction video. So here goes. Introducing Huberman Finally Responds.
I know academia very well. And even though my lab is, vastly shrunk now, I still have a lab, I still teach. Despite what you might read on the internet, still a professor at Stanford. Still, last time I checked, which was a few days ago, they called me. Still very involved.
After more than a month of silence, Andrew Huberman has finally come out on the record to talk about the allegations that came out about him in New York Magazine. And I wanted to spend a little time reacting to the video. And, the podcast was very long, 2.5 hours almost. And they spent about 13 minutes talking specifically about the allegations of, bad science, the multiple affairs, and I wanted to reduce it all for you so you can see it and give my reactions. So he starts out by obliquely talking about how his lab at Stanford barely exists, and then it goes from there.
The point here is that academics and academia is very insular. Why? Everyone's afraid to rebel. Why? Because anonymous peer review of your grants and papers. Biggest fear, you can't get papers published. How do you get papers published? You need money to fund the project. How do you do it? You write grants. Your grants are reviewed by your peers. Everyone is terrified of upsetting each other. So the party line becomes the line. Very hard to rebel.
This is hugely important to who Andrew Huberman is as the podcast rebel of science. And it really is about his own credibility. He is the rebel science guy who tells you the truth, because it's really hard to go against mainstream science. It's a really sly way of putting that out there. And it's not totally untrue, because he is sort of a rebel, and he sometimes does have interesting things to say, as you'll see in this show.
Get independent funding from other sources, and they can be a little bit more adventurous, but
he does get independent funding from his sponsors. So one of the ways that Andrew Huberman makes his money is by the incredible bounty of sponsors in his podcast, and he makes, according to one of his ex-girlfriends who had obviously a lot of interactions with him over the years, Huberman makes between $12 and $20 million a year just from his podcast sponsorship, some of which supposedly he funnels back into his science. And we'll get to that a little bit more. And if you want more references, I did this video about Peter Attia and what sponsorships actually look like.
Is one of the most, it didn't used to be this way when funding was more readily available, but it's one of the most yes, communities, yeah, you go. Like rebels are, it's not really okayed.
I think maybe that's really important, is that he is saying right now that science funding is much harder to maintain, and maybe to some degree scientists need to look to other avenues to get funding, which can be problematic because sometimes what you trade for access to funding is editorial independence.
Breaking the mold among the mold breakers is how it evolves. And I'm excited to see what's going to happen now in public communication, podcasting, et cetera, because we're all very different. But I don't know. I feel like we're on the cusp of something.
And Huberman has been really, really interesting in terms of where he has come from basically an unknown neuroscientist into one of the most well-known science communicators in the world, including incredibly favorable coverage in Time magazine and elsewhere. However, there have been critics, and that's where we go to now.
Hey, you mentioned the internet and all this kind of stuff. You just kind of popped up for the first time with some scrutiny, like public scrutiny, an article and stuff like this. What was that? What was that all about? What was that like?
Yeah, I mean, we started the podcast in January 2021, and so it grew really quickly. And honestly, I didn't know it was going to grow quickly. 2019, I started posting stuff to Instagram. 2020, during the the peak of the lockdowns, I started going on some podcasts. No book.
Very critical. This was a big highlight in Carrie Howley's articles, that Huberman's rise went dovetail exactly with the beginning of COVID-19 lockdown. He gets his start on Rogan as the guy who goes against mainstream science. After he appeared on Rogan, he quickly jumped into a top 100 podcast. Maybe he was in the top 10 podcasts. This was a time when everyone was looking for different types of science, different ways of thinking about problems in the world, and how to treat COVID infections.
No, nothing, just trying to give people health tools and teach them some science. We launched in January 2021, and just kind of took off. And kind of figured sooner or later, you start taking, you start getting some criticism. I think the first thing that happened that prior to that was people started to supplements. People are like, oh, it's a supplement thing. It's kind of obvious. You have sponsors that makes the podcast free so that you don't paywall it, so it's available to everybody. I happen to like supplements a lot. I've been taking them since I was in high school.
It's interesting that he is able to say that his sponsors are what enables him to give his free science advice. I mean, there are lots of podcasts in the world, Dr. Rhonda Patrick comes to mind, who don't take sponsors because they realize it influences their message to the world. What Andrew Huberman is saying right here is that he gives you his free podcast because he is able to sell $20 million of sponsorship ads, which is way more than he can get just from like YouTube views from you. That's not a service to you. That is a service to him. He just found a better way to monetize it than just getting your eyeballs. It's a weird bait and switch, but continue.
School, and I've benefited from them a lot. And I understand that they are different than stuff that is, from randomized controlled trials. Oftentimes there's not a ton of testing of the different things, but anyone who uses the right ones can tell you, like, okay, there's something there, and they may or may not choose to do it. Depends on disposable income, interest, etc. But they're not the foundation of like what we teach in the podcast. It's almost all behavioral tools, information.
All right. Maybe that's just not accurate at all. I mean, supplements are, if you look at article after article after article that is about Huberman talking about his supplement regimens, most of this stuff is actually useless. Vox just did a piece like yesterday about how many of the protocols that he has for sale, and he will sometimes spend 20, 30, 40 minutes talking about supplement protocols before he talks about cold exposure and sun and these other behavioral things that he does. So to say that he doesn't, you do have an option not to buy it, but he doesn't care about what one individual non-buyer does. He cares about the people who do buy it. I mean, that should be very clear.
First wave, that kind of hit. And when that happened, I was kind of like, well, these people look like they could use a few supplements. Just kidding. What I thought was, listen, if people want to take them, they can take them. And if they don't, they don't. Like, the information's free. It allows it to be free.
Yeah. Advertisements by their nature are free because you are what they're saying. Your eyeballs are what are being sold. That's greenwashing. That's the equivalent of greenwashing. He's saying that the thing that he gets paid for is a benefit to you because he's not being unduly influenced. He has it completely backwards. And I think part of this is actually because Huberman doesn't have any media training. He's a scientist, and he just thinks that the internet and what it's doing and the way people make on the internet is ethically not problematic, which is just not true.
Yeah, the recent stuff was interesting because it was, in many ways, it could have just been titled like, Andrew Huberman is a bad person, because it really like sought to really just like undermine every aspect of like who I am, and who I know myself to be and who my friends know me to be. This idea that like, okay, my backstory or whatever, it's like, listen.
So we skipped this whole skateboarding segment, and what he's really saying, right before this, is that we have this tendency on the internet to go from treasure to trash. Someone is always all good or all not. I mean, and he's correctly noting that is a terrible way to think of humans, right? We are all flawed individuals. We have good things, we have bad things about us. And honestly, a lot of what Huberman does present on his podcast is actually good science. It's this mix and matching of not good science in with that, which is actually what the problem is. If Huberman said 80% of what he said was perfect and good, and 20% was just horrible, well, actually, in some ways, that's even more problematic. And I think that's where one of the reasons why I'm so critical of him is that he's such a blend that it becomes dangerous for people who take everything that he says seriously.
It's weird. I mean, I think when you take a step back and go, okay, like what generates clicks, right? It's rarely like, oh, this podcast is doing really well. Time Magazine had done a really nice piece, which had balance in it, where
the Time Magazine piece, which he says is balanced, was most other people just recognize as a fawning, entirely pro-Huberman story, which was not balanced. It was basically saying that he is the reason why people care about science now.
Where they, kind of, touched on how the podcast was really making an effort to teach science and also health and also science. This was
That's not balance. Just saying the good story is not balance. Balance is talking about the whole picture.
It's not that. They interviewed an ex-girlfriend of mine who was super awesome. We met here in San Diego in supporting me. And then, of course, you know, there was some assertions about me and my character. And that's where it gets down to this thing where it's like, look, I mean, we as humans are complicated. We do some things right. We make mistakes. But to ascribe intention to like why people do things, like that was the part where I thought like, you know, they're like, you know, they sort of tried to tie like dopamine neurobiology to protocols in the podcast to like some diabolical, like even the cover photo, like diabolical, like controlling mastermind. Listen, I'm just trying to get.
Okay, this is a critical point because what Huberman has done is really, you know, we shouldn't care about his personal life because, you know, there is a reason why we have private lives, where we don't expose everything about, you know, what we do behind closed doors to the world. However, to think that your private life doesn't also play a role in your public one is, I think, the heart of this overall conflict. It's maybe a conflict that we're having all over the internet, not just about Huberman, but about like everyone, is that who you are as a human being plays out in everything you do. And these sponsorships are really important. And when we see pseudoscience on the Huberman podcast, when he presents things that are not accurate, stems from personal things that go way back in their own history. So to say that his personal life is irrelevant is just not right. It's not accurate, and it hides the fact, and it protects him. It says that I can say whatever I want in public, and if you want to talk to me only in private, that's the honorable thing to do. But then that enables him to say whatever he wants in public, which is very manipulative.
Through the week. Like I'm pretty squared away on the order of a day or a week. I'm thinking next episode. There was no, and there's never been any master plan to do anything except one thing. Like
I think he's right here, actually. I don't think Huberman has had a master plan about how to control and manipulate people. I do think that it is a tactical thing. Every day he is making decisions to do the next thing. And that's where personality is so interesting, because the personality controls his short-term thinking. It's an excellent point that he's making here.
Genuinely, like, I know this in my heart, is that my desire has always been to put valuable information into the world that people can benefit from, and to do it at zero cost, and to do that to the best of my ability. Right.
Again, zero cost to whom? Zero cost to the viewer who's basically watching 30 or 40 minutes of advertisement. Remember, zero cost to you means you are the product, not the consumer.
And also to do the most amount of good and the least amount of harm in life, in all aspects of life. And of course,
this is true of everyone. I've never met a true villain who actually actively wants to hurt people. And I've interviewed organ traffickers, I've interviewed mafia bosses, I've interviewed warlords in war-torn countries, and no one thinks of themselves as a bad person. In fact, they shouldn't, because good intentions are what actually leads to these bad outcomes. So although he may feel like he's a good person, let us look at how the public-facing side of what he does alters the science and alters the things that you get as a consumer. Again, I don't really care about his personal life, except for how his personal life plays out in his public one.
Of course, you know, nobody's perfect, and I certainly am not. And, you know, there was, if I'm going to just be direct about it, I mean, I think there are a couple things. One is, first of all, like, there is no version of me or life where, like, I'm validating or supporting behavior that is common but not good, right? I think that was something to kind of be born out of that. Like, oh, you know, I have 6 girlfriends. Okay, look, I've had...
Okay, it is good that he is admitting fault in these personal things. I mean, that is responsible. And, you know, this is sort of like the first part where he almost sounds like he's, you know, admitting that there were problems, and he's modeling bad behavior, where all these people were saying Huberman has these life hacks to let you get as much tail as you want. It's nice that he's sort of stepping into the line there. This next part, though, how he defines a girlfriend, I do believe is a little problematic.
challenges maintaining one girlfriend. Okay, I think we can talk about this a little bit more, but this is where it gets to the importance of defining the relationship and what a relationship. That's an important label, right? I mean, girlfriends of mine have met my family. We spend time together. That met their families. That's a girlfriend, right?
So it's not what he says to these women, convincing them that he's in a monogamous relationship with them. It's he has now created new terms on which that they should have understood what monogamy really meant to him, which is not. I mean, this is. He's defending himself in a very strange way here. He was lying to people. He was lying. He should just say he was lying.
Okay. Doesn't mean that other people are insignificant. It just means it's a different nature of relationship. But I would never want to
I also think it's important to know that if someone is willing to lie to a lover, who else are they willing to lie to?
Validate or support like cheating, right? Listen, I've been cheated on. It sucks. It sucks. I've cheated on people, and that sucks.
Do you think he has cheated on more women, or more women have cheated on him? Comments down below.
And so I would never, ever, and especially now because I'm saying it, want to validate or support that as a success, right? Like
Good.
That represents failure. Cheating represents failure, not success. That's clear.
But it's not just failure, right? It's failure of what? Failure of character. Failure of many things. Is he saying it's a failure of the relationship? Is this on the woman? Is this on him? What is he really saying?
Important is I think like we have to all be careful about not pathologizing behavior. And how do we pathologize behavior? We give people labels. We call them sociopaths, or we decide, or non-clinically appointed people to say, oh, that's a narcissist, or that's gaslighting, or something like that.
Okay, so I don't have a clinical degree. I have spoken to people with clinical degrees about Huberman, and he seems to fit a type called grandiose psychopathy. I do believe that anyone should have the right to tell about their experiences with someone. Like, you have an opinion because you have experienced something. That is valid. You should be able to make qualitative decisions and opinions and form those things about people you interact with. I do not actually see the problem with that. It sounds like he doesn't like other people analyzing him. I mean, to some degree, who wants to be analyzed? Well, you're a public figure.
I think, one of the great things about human beings is that we can look at ourselves, we can look at others, and we can try and take understanding and accountability and try and do that without, self-flagellating or flagellating other people, because only then is there a chance of people changing their behavior. Mm-hmm.
How does someone take accountability for their actions in the public if the conversation does not happen in the public? I think that Huberman really wants to see this as a personal attack on him without acknowledging the fact that he is a very public figure, and that personal decisions and personal choices play out in a public sphere. It's a fascinating conversation because this actually happens. It's right across the internet. Who are we in public? Who are we in private? And how do those influence one another? And I understand that he's very upset that these details of his embarrassing private life have come out, and they have sort of tarnished an element of his reputation. And that, to some degree, is very tawdry. It's sensational, but character does matter. So how do we draw that line? I think that sort of when you become a public figure, that is one of the things that you unfortunately give up. Because if you want to talk about a public figure's actions and their effect on the world, you sort of have to go into their private lives.
So, that whole thing, some of it I just was like, what? Like, being probably one of the most, I just had to like literally laugh out loud. I was like, that I doted on my bulldog excessively. Listen, if you want to know somebody's heart, look at how they treat their animals. It actually runs countercurrent to the clinical diagnosis of sociopathy, which they also sort of like alluded to, right?
There is actually no clinical diagnosis for sociopathy. It's not in the DSM. There are related disorders, but it's actually not there. Anyway, go on.
I love animals. So, to be...
And he did absolutely love Costello. There's no doubt.
He criticized or kind of poked at for like, you know, making sure that my bulldog Costello was tucked in. Like, hey, he liked being tucked in with his blanket, you know? And I love seeing him comfortable. And it broke my heart to see him cold or like, you know? And like, I mean, I have only 2 words for anyone that has a problem with how well I took care of my dog. And I'm not going to be, you know, I think the scientific explanation is fuck you.
I think that's really, he made a point here, which is rhetorical and really good. So I actually looked up that article and looked up that section in the article. And it was about him doting on a dog and putting his blanket on the dog. But the context of that quote is actually super important, because in the paragraph just prior to it, it talks about Huberman flying off the hook and just for hours, you know, all like 3 or 4 hours at night, and then again in the morning, yelling at his girlfriend, who is named Sarah in the article and has a different real name, and how he was furious at her. And I think the reason that contrast was in the article is like, look, he's mean to the person he's supposedly in love with, the human, and he dotes upon his dog. So it's not, the article wasn't saying that he shouldn't be doting on his dog or he hates animals. The argument in the article was that he was borderline abusive to his girlfriend, verbally screaming off the handle, which is something I've seen in Huberman as well. When he flew at me off the handle and threatened to sue me and threatened me over the phone, he was doing this to other person. So he's cherry picking a piece of evidence and then saying that that's what the whole article was about, and then and then comes laughter. Keegan was his girlfriend who he was with at the time when I met him first in Oakland.
And then met my then girlfriend Keegan, who was kind enough in that, it was interesting that these media things, that there's a data selection in terms of what's emphasized, but she very graciously reported we had a pretty awesome relationship.
He did not say nice things about Keegan to me when we had met. He said very, very mean things. Calling her crazy was the low end of that stuff.
Eventually, we parted ways, and I got my own place off Beebon Ave in Oakland, and was commuting and doing the academic thing.
And you're just working.
And traveling the world, like working like a maniac. I've always worked like somewhere between like 70 and 80, sometimes 100 hours a week. Sometimes I throttle back. Now it's, a little more segmented. But yeah, then, 2021 start the podcast, and all of a sudden it's like, whoa, like when I put stuff out into the world, it's this is what's also so, I think, important.
All right, so I think this is, again, really interesting, because remember, prior to all of this, prior to COVID, Huberman was an unknown. Like, he was not a nobody. He was still a professor at Stanford, but his fame, I think it surprised him as much as it surprised everyone else.
And for people to understand about these online things and media and all this, and we could talk about this a lot if you want, is that it's like a one-way conversation in many ways, but then you're like catching it back through a fire hose, right? So you have to, you do develop a really thick skin.
Definitely true. I have an enormously thick skin. If you want to look in the comments down below, half the people hate me, maybe more.
Right. People are going to say stuff. I think that.
But it's also the one-way conversation part of this is what sort of fame is. The public figure speaks out to the audience. And it feels like he shouldn't have repercussions, but then the audience and other journalists and people who want to fact check him do want to respond. So where's that conversation supposed to happen?
It's very different than a one-on-one conversation. And to just also like make sure that I'm rounding the corners on what we were just talking about. Like, I understand that my podcast isn't for everybody. It's kind of long-winded. It gets down into the weeds, although we have some shorter content coming, some 30-minute audio-only summary type stuff that I'm hoping people will enjoy if the other stuff's too long. But, I understand, because I grew up intentionally doing different, looking different, acting different, because it was what was in my heart, that people are not going to like it. And I also understood that there are people that are going to like it. And I also understood that in a couple of years, people kind of...
But the problem with misinformation is not whether someone likes it or not. In fact, usually, there's lots of research on this, lying will get you people to like you more, because if you tell them what they want to hear, they will appreciate you. But that's not what truth is. Truth, especially scientific truth, can be inconvenient. And he's conflating popularity with credibility here. And that is... it's not just his problem, it's an internet problem. And he was going to get into later into the problems of the internet. He's actually going to nail some things perfectly, because the problems with Huberman are not only the problems of Huberman, the problems of Huberman are the problems of fame and problems of the internet. And it's all wrapped in together.
Drift towards it. And by then we're already on to the next thing. And that frustrates the hell out of everybody. It frustrates the hell out of everybody, but we don't do it intentionally. Right? There isn't, again, there's no diabolical plan. You know, I once saw a quote of Rogan. Maybe it's accurate, maybe it's not, but he described himself as like the fish that got through the net. That there's he's just being himself. Mm-hmm. There's something so refreshing to people just being themselves.
It's true. What does make someone famous and someone not? Like Rogan is just fine. He's sort of chill and he has good guests. But like, what is it that makes someone famous? And then what is the responsibility of the famous person once they're famous? Like, can you just... does great power come great responsibility? Is that what happens? Or do you just get fame and then you can, then you own it and you can do whatever you want? I think that the world sort of wants famous people to do whatever they want and get a free pass. I don't think that's what our actual responsibility is, because we do have a responsibility to the community in the world. And there's a conversation that happens between the audience and the podcaster. But when you are someone like Huberman, and your credibility is based on your Stanford science, and if your science doesn't check out, and for anyone who thinks that I haven't done reporting on his science, there's quite a bit. I have a whole playlist about Huberman, and where we go into his science, and you should check out videos where I critique very, very specific things that he says, which are very misleading, and in some cases potentially dangerous.
And I think that... So for me, I'll put stuff out into the world, and I'm not thinking about like, are they going to like it? Are they not going to like it? I'm just doing the best I possibly can. And of course I make mistakes. Like, this is the funny thing, like the idea that...
And part of me here just really actually sympathizes with Huberman now, because as a person coming onto the internet and saying things, we all I make mistakes, Huberman makes mistakes and everything else, but the consequences of those mistakes get bigger when your platform gets bigger. And how do we reckon with that as a society? That's really the ultimate conversation that we're having here. Because if Huberman only had 5 followers on his Instagram profile, no one would care. So fame is a salient thing that we need to think about. And it's sort of not what he's addressing.
Like, I saw some headlines that were kind of derivative headlines, or like, you know, the falling of like Mr. Perfect. Like, what? Like, anyone that knows me and that's close to me knows, like, I've said it before on Lex's podcast. I'm replete with flaws because I'm a human being and I'm always trying to do the best I can. And if like someone has an issue with me and they want to talk about it one-on-one, I will absolutely, every time.
If he is replete with flaws and he puts them out publicly, shouldn't that be part of a public conversation, right? You've put your podcast out publicly. It is now a conversation. There are flaws in it. For instance, bad science. I'm talking about ice bathing, the stuff that he did with Susanna Søberg, his supplement protocols, his misinformation on sugar, you know, lots of stuff like that. He's saying that it goes out publicly, but when you deal with it, when you want to critique it, you have to do it in private in a conversation where having actually talk to him privately, he controls that conversation. He wants control over everything. And in that conversation, he, you know, went with me, just like what he did with Sarah from the article. He yelled at me and he threatened to sue me and he said I was violating national security, and he was apoplectically mad. And you know, Huberman's a big guy who's used to bullying people in private. So he's saying, deal with him on his own terms in private when there's a critique, but in public you need to fawn over him. It's not fair.
I won't do my best to work that out with them. Now,
it's not an interpersonal problem. It's a problem with the communication to millions of people. How do you deal with that? You deal with it publicly.
When things are getting vetted publicly, that's a whole different business, because now it's a dialogue that you can't control, and it's people can say whatever they want, they can put whatever labels, and then you have to understand the incentive schemes too, which is that they're trying to sell clicks and they're trying to get their angst out. And
is he saying that he is not trying to sell clicks? Is he saying that he that he is outside of the economics of the world with his $20 million, the $12 to $20 million he makes selling supplements and other things to his audience? How is he saying that the journalists who talk about his problems in his podcast are incentivized by money, but he is not being incentivized by money?
People are resentful, or people love you and people hate you. And I think we were talking about this before, like, here's my thesis these days. And I've talked to a couple legitimate psychiatrists, psychologists.
This is his internet diagnosis.
And so far it's, 3 for 3. The internet, and social media in particular, is borderline. Borderline not, personality disorder. Not bipolar.
Honestly, this is actually Andrew Huberman at his best. He's right about this. This whole section right here, he's right.
But borderline. Borderline means literally weaving back and forth across the line from healthy, logical, sane to psychotic. It's either projecting at you love and adoration, or it's projecting hate and vitriol. And you can't control which one it's going to be. So when I go online now, I'm like, okay, I'm going on X, which I enjoy. I really like X. I don't know why. Maybe because I like a little bit of a scrap. You get in there and it's like, it's borderline. You're going to get psychotic stuff. You're going to get sane stuff. There's some smart people. There's some dumb people. But that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a borderline organism. And
he is absolutely right. Like, it's a conversation that happens on the internet, and the internet is vitriolic. It's polarized, which is why I try to present nuanced arguments. And no one can deal with nuance on the internet because we have to go from treasure to trash. There's actually a lot of great things about Andrew Huberman, which is why I wrote about him in my book, The Wedge, which is why I actually think he has a fascinating mind and so curious and also in some ways considerate too. Like he's honestly a very, very good intellectual, but I think what happened is he got so famous that he doesn't understand the responsibilities of being famous, and he doesn't understand his position in the world, and he wants it to be simpler. He wants to not have a complex situation. He wants to take the benefits but not take the critiques.
And I don't know who said this, but the larger the group, the lower the level of consciousness. Somebody said that, not me.
Seems good.
Just repeating it. So I think when you're out-facing, or even if you're just on the internet, you got to know what you're dealing with. You got to know. But I would hope that
isn't that the thing? If he is a public figure, he has to know how he's on the internet. It's not a private conversation. He's having a public conversation. And so he's dealing with the repercussions of that, which involve his private life.
You ever had an issue with me that you call me up and you'd be like, hey, dude, you need to get your ass down to San Diego. We need to have a conversation.
Let's have that conversation, Andrew Huberman. Let's do it.
On the internet, name calling is not going to solve it. In person, the way you do it, you sit down, you have a conversation, and it hurts. And I will say,
how do you solve the problem of misinformation with a personal conversation? Andrew, you might be watching this. I'd love to actually have that conversation with you. I've tried actually on a few occasions and was sort of rebuffed when you told me that what you're doing is totally fine.
Now, and for the record, and forever, I'm always open to having private one-on-one conversations with people to resolve things. If the goal,
I wonder if you would call, if we could talk again. I wonder.
Goal is resolution, or people can keep pain in their hearts and move forward. You don't always get that opportunity, and that's sad to me.
Or you can let that pain out on Twitter.
Yeah, or you can leverage other things to try and get it out. But I don't know. Anyway, the point is this.
Yeah, how do we raise the issue with Huberman? in a way that's constructive. Because, you know, for years, people have been talking about the problem of misinformation on his podcast. You know, I started when I did this piece on how his shiver protocol in ice bathing was really weird, and with Susanna Søberg and the brown fat stuff. And those conversations go out to a minuscule audience, a legitimately very, very tiny audience, and no one seems to pay attention. They just keep on supporting the popular guy. And it's disheartening that the story that is salacious, the sex stuff, then that controls the narrative. And honestly, it's not the most important thing, but his character part is important in this. And it's really, really hard to make that balance between what gets the clicks and what people need to actually understand about the situations that are going on. You know, there was a Vox piece that just came out a few days ago about, you know, his pseudoscience. That's probably going to go nowhere because people only care where his wandering penis may or may not have gone. And you know, I guess maybe to some degree I'm guilty of this, is that I'm trying to raise awareness of the science issues by also talking about the things that people will pay attention to. And those are, I do see them as related, but the science part is so much more important. But if you look at a video of mine that has the most views, it's the one that basically talks about the interpersonal relationships. When we're trying to raise awareness on the public, it's a fraught situation.
It's like I have certain patterns in me that I'm sure are healthy, certain patterns in me that are unhealthy. Of course, like I'm always trying to reflect, like that's just who I am. I'm always trying to reflect on how I can be better and do better. But again, I am replete, look up the word, folks, with flaws. But I like to think I get certain things done well too. Anyway, I'm going long here on this, but if we ever have an issue, just talk to me first, hit me second.
Got it. I mean, I actually really appreciated that he did actually finally address this publicly. I mean, over the first thing that Andrew Huberman did was he hired a PR firm to astroturf Reddit and other places by spreading narratives that this was an unfair thing to talk about his personal life in relation to his podcast. And that PR firm is called Scale Strategies, and they have like this team of PR sharks who are trying to manipulate the public opinion. But public opinion was probably already going to go his way anyway, because his audience of about 5 million people is passionate about him. And part of their passion, and here's the hard thing, part of the passion is that it's well-deserved, because Huberman is a great science communicator. Like, he's really, really good at communicating. The problem is that he hasn't been able to separate out the corporate side from the scientific independence side. And it is something that I talk about this a lot on the podcast. What is the ethical way to communicate to the world? Taking on sponsors puts you in debt to those sponsors. And your customers are free and they're just watching you, they're not remunerating, right? You don't pay for Huberman's podcast. That means that he has to find a way to monetize your viewership. And over time, and not always, but over time, it gravitates to where he needs more and more eyeballs to keep those sponsorship dollars coming in, because who doesn't want $20 million a year? And the more shocking the content, the more cutting edge the content, also the less reliable the content is. And certainly not everything he says is bad. Like, I also love ice bathing. I also think that getting sunlight in the morning is good. I also think that it's important to look at science. It's important to actually read and contend with science, and Huberman and I agree on this. The issue becomes really problematic when so much money is involved, and that money influences the way he works. And again, I do think that Huberman has, this. I'm trying not to say the diagnosis, right? The diagnosis that I have in my head, and again, I'm not a clinician, it's that grandiose psychopathy. I did this other show where I did actually talk to a psychiatrist about psychologist. Anyway, she can give diagnoses where Huberman's personality really does fit that pattern of somebody who is so attentive to you and yet also so manipulative at the same time. And I do think there's an element of him where he really likes getting into fights. He likes being combative, he likes being in control, and he likes controlling the outcomes for other people. And this has led to some weird sexual situations with his, many ladies that he's with, but also friendships that are broken. Like, if you listen to the whole Jocko Willink podcast, all of his friends are celebrities, right? They're all enabling each other in various ways. And I actually think that a lot of celebrities have really, really messed up priorities in the world because they think that fame is the most important category for worth. And it's not. Anyway, that was my reaction video to Huberman. I hope you see that I have actually nuanced feelings on him, and part of me really likes him and part of me is like horrified by him. And maybe one day we'll have a conversation, because actually it would be sort of interesting to talk with him specifically on these issues. Maybe should I text him? I bet he wouldn't respond. To round out this series, I want to talk about a looming question in my overall career. Now, I try to inhabit this really tricky space. On one hand, I want to be open to new ideas that push the boundaries of what we know about the world. On the other, I want to be sure that things I say are based on reality and can be backed up with the scientific record and verifiable facts. Along the way, I meet a lot of people on this same little tightrope, and a bunch of them who are trying to straddle that space, well, they fail to remain honest, at least in my opinion. In the last video in this series, I'm going to talk about why I fell for Andrew Huberman and Wim Hof. Introducing why I fell for Andrew Huberman and Wim Hof. Why did I fall for Wim Hof and Andrew Huberman? It's a question that honestly, recently I've been doing a lot of soul searching over, because my career has been, largely based on, at first, debunking charlatans, looking at conspiracies, looking at problems in big pharma, writing about them, writing about organ trafficking, writing about cults. And then I found these two people who seemed to be sort of revolutionary in their ability to open my understanding about the limits and the possibilities of the human body. And I have endorsed both of them very strongly. Wim Hof in my book, What Doesn't Kill Us, that has sold roughly 300,000 copies around the world. And the Wedge, where I endorsed Andrew Huberman, went to his lab, and I sort of credited him for opening my eyes up to the scientific principle that I've come to call the wedge, or at least the physiological mechanisms that make that work, and to some degree the placebo effect work. And we live in this world right now which is incredibly, incredibly confusing. We have billions, maybe trillions of dollars in sort of a medical industry that has really serious ethical problems to it, that has obviously we have the Sacklers, we have pain management, we have this chronic illness industry that doesn't seem to fix things. And I'm me, just like you, I'm looking for answers, trying to find natural ways to deal with the body. And when I find something that's really promising, that opens my eyes, that changes my way I view the world, I get excited about it. Like when I met Wim, I was expecting him to be a charlatan guru who was going to get people killed because he was promising them superpowers. That was basically the plot of my book, The Enlightenment Trap, where I looked at sort of Tibetan Buddhist teachers who were teaching you that you could do crazy, insane sort of spiritual feats with your mind and prayer and meditation. It turned out really bad for people in that book. And Wim was offering the same thing, essentially. From the outside, it looked like the same thing, sitting on icebergs, whatever. The short of this, and many people probably already know this story, as I went out, I met him, I tried his method, and my life changed in an instant. I climbed up mountains in my underwear. I sat in ice baths and did all these things that were pretty big and life-changing. And afterwards, like, I had this autoimmune illness that like went away. I climbed up Mount Kilimanjaro in negative 30-degree weather. Like, there was some sort of like real kernel of truth here. Something that really worked. And I was just so excited. And I wrote, eventually What Doesn't Kill Us. I did like 300 interviews in support of Wim Hof. I was on Dr. Oz, which is its own like sort of crazy thing that happened, but it did. And I was like his #1 fan in the world. And with Andrew Huberman, I wasn't as responsible for his rise. Like with Wim Hof, I was like the first guy to like really seriously take him seriously and push the health benefits. With Andrew Huberman, I did write about those things, but I didn't start this cascade that sort of put him on Joe Rogan and then made him blow up. I was sort of incidental, but I was a strong proponent of both of them, and I knew them personally. I saw their flaws. And actually maybe, I mean, that's part of it. With Wim, his flaws were so damn obvious. I mean, he speaks like a crazy guy. He's got this big nose that's obviously this alcoholism background. I mean, I also saw him blackout drunk, so obviously alcoholism. Smoked like a chimney, ate like trash, and he had the story about the near fatal enema, right, where he sat on a fountain and eviscerated himself, and he abandoned his children. And there's all these bad stories about Wim Hof. And I figured that maybe if people like understood what Wim Hof was really about, that they would know that they would never want to be him. They would never put him on a pedestal. They would never make him a guru. They would see him as the guy who opens this door to this really cool thing and then go on their own journeys of health and self-discovery. I really did have part of my mind dedicated to the idea that he was so obviously flawed that he couldn't become a cult figure. What I didn't understand in 2013 was like how, I guess, social media might play out in this, how money can absolutely corrupt people over time. And, these are sort of age-old, like at least money, that's an age-old problem. Like, here's the thing with Wim, and I guess to some degree Andrew Huberman. When you start to, if you have this kernel of like revolutionary, awesome wisdom, which is so important and obviously true and changes people, you can put that out there, but the attention span of social media goes away really quick, right? You try some ice baths, your life changes, but then what's next and what's next and what's next? And what I've seen is that even though there's amazing science to the Wim Hof method, and then Andrew Huberman talks about his amazing scientific research, eventually you sort of run out of steam because there's only so many revolutions that one person has in them at a specific time. And we see, Wim, could have just been like, look, ice baths changed my life. My anxiety is so much better. I can do really cool things. And let's go. Let's do breath work. Let's do ice baths, and let's go into it. But it sort of metastasizes into this stuff can cure everything. Like, there's some science that we can prove, and the scientific studies on Wim took at least 2 years to really complete, to go from experiment to publication. But the appetite of social media is let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's keep on pushing the envelope. And there is a requirement on the internet to always put out new stuff. And I think the inevitable trend is when you're on that rise, that you are forced by the algorithm, forced by the attention spans of humans to push credibility, to push more extreme things, to push an image that's not actually attainable by humans. And at the same time, you can't show your negative aspects, right? You can't show weakness. Like Wim Hof has these huge sort of like manic, awesome episodes, and everyone loves hanging out with people who are manic. But the depressive side, no one wants to hang out with them. But on social media, you can just show the manic side. You can just show the fun side. You can just show the overcoming side, and you don't see the downsides of it. And I think as both of these people gained prominence, they started to lose credibility, at least in my mind. Like Andrew Huberman, you can look at this article by Andrea Love, who's an immunologist and a PhD, talking about all the flim-flam science that Andrew Huberman talks about. When he started, he was like dissecting the optic nerve on his Instagram feed. And then he started pushing like why you shouldn't take the flu vaccine and sort of really sketchy takes on diabetes. Obviously his like cold research really does not jive at all with my experiences, and the science that he endorses does not seem very good. But honestly, the Andrea Love article is great. So go check that out. You can look at all of the places where he sort of pushes credibility. And then these people start making a lot of money, like a lot of money. Now, you can look at records through the Dutch government to see that Inner Fire, which is Wim Hof's organization, earns about $18 million, or has $18 million in assets. When I spoke to Wim Hof's son, Einem is his name, he was telling me that they were earning about $1 million a month selling video courses. And that's a lot of reasons to keep on pushing a certain narrative, right? Like if you're on social media and you're pushing, and your business model is to sell a video course. In Andrew Huberman's case, it's a supplement called Athletic Greens and matcha, and there's some other things like that. If you're pushing that stuff, you have every incentive to do things to gain more attention, to have more people look at you, to get more people into your funnel, and then sell more of your product. And I've seen with Wim, who started out as a guy who really didn't seem to care about the money, to becoming a guy who brags about how he can do speaking engagements and get paid $50,000 an hour. In Andrew Huberman's case, I know that he was getting paid $300,000 an hour to talk, to give speeches. And that's a lot of incentive to get people to keep on coming back to you. And the bigger a claim you can make, the more likely they're gonna want you. You can't really make measured claims, because if you actually follow the scientific method, you can't just say, actually, let's stop, let's be more measured. People want fast solutions, and both Wim Hof and Andrew Huberman are offering fast solutions, and I wish they didn't. I wish they offered solutions up until the point where the science stops and then say, hey, look, I'm going beyond the science now, and this may not work for everyone because we haven't done the studies that we need to. That's not what Wim does. What Wim just does is talks about, he just like throws out science-sounding words, and then you're supposed to believe him because he's so charismatic. With Andrew, it's actually sort of similar. Like he throws out science-sounding words like this. Your dopamine is going to go up, your testosterone is going to go up, these various biological markers are going to change. But that stuff doesn't actually mean that much. Like it doesn't. Dopamine's going up and down all the time. Testosterone's going up and down all the time, and they don't have these direct straight lines to performance or brain power or whatever else. It's just a way to make you think that they're talking scientific truth. So yeah, I have this tendency to endorse people when they're really promising and then things go wrong. And I am sorry if I have pushed you into them. And it doesn't mean that everything that they have taught is wrong. And that's the really hard thing to grasp here. Like not everything they've done is wrong, but sometimes, like let's say like you're 20% wrong and like 80% truth. That 20% is actually super, super dangerous, especially when people follow your advice and bad things happen. And like they follow your advice and they stop taking their cancer treatments and die. Or in Wim Hof's case, there are 32 people who have drowned by following his direct advice that he directly teaches in his e-courses and on videos. And I know that there's warnings and stuff, and you can go watch my Inner Fire playlist. We can have a whole conversation about that separately. But people are dead and bad things happen. And there's this other thing that people will often come out and say against me is that I'm a bad friend, right? Because both Andrew Huberman and Wim Hof, I considered them friends at some point. And there's this sense in the world that you should be loyal to friends. Like if you've gone into the friendship and you were honest with that person, then you would stick by their side through thick and thin. And I feel like that's not the way I view truth. As a journalist, I just have to tell you my own experience. I have to tell you what I've seen, and I will not follow someone blindly in something that I consider toxic loyalty. I am loyal to the truth, and I'm not loyal to a person. And that's the problem with putting people on pedestals, is like you start to credit Andrew Huberman or Wim Hof or like so many other of these people. You start to credit them for opening your eyes to a technique that maybe it was beneficial to you. But it's not them. It's the things that you try. They don't have magical powers. So I will absolutely tell the truth every single time. And that will look like to you, it may look like to you like I'm betraying a person. And I can feel bad about that. I can feel bad about Andrew Huberman's feelings or Wim's feelings. But I feel like my responsibility is to you. And here's one more thing that I've decided to change about myself going forward, so that you know that I am truthful in everything that I do, or at least as truthful as I can be, as long as I'm not deceiving myself, which is always a problem, always a potential problem. If you want to spot a charlatan on the internet, this is the trick. See what products they are endorsing, and to see if their advice directly pushes you to purchasing those products, and then figure out how much money those people are making selling those products. So for a few years, I ran occasional training courses around my book, The Wedge, right? I occasionally would have people over for sauna and ice bath. I would charge them roughly $500 to spend like half a day or a day with me to go over my techniques that I had learned over the years that I thought were beneficial. I considered doing an e-course, and for about a 3-month period, I got a commission selling, for every Morozco Forge, which is a type of ice bath sold, I got a commission from that. And for about a year, I also had affiliate marketing links on my website selling the Wim Hof method courses. All of those things I have shut down at various points, like the Wim Hof courses and the ice baths were several years ago, like 4 or 5 years ago. That's all gone. And I'm no longer going to be offering any sort of training courses in person. And the reason for this is that I want you to be able to take me credibly and say that I don't have any conflicts of interest. I haven't made that much money doing this stuff. Maybe the total for all of that stuff is, let's just say it was $20,000 over the last 5 years. I'm not going to do that anymore because I think it is a conflict of interest, and that's a problem. Like, Andrew Huberman is making about $20 million a year, or so I am told, selling athletic greens. Wim Hof has an $18 million net value and makes about $1 million a month selling his courses. Those are actually conflicts of interest. Now, you can say that it's good or bad or whatever. I don't care. I'm not going to be involved in that anymore. I'm not going to do in-person trainings. I will, however, do paid speaking gigs, and I will sell my books. When I sell a book, I get about $4 to $7 per book. That's not a huge amount of money. And I feel like for a journalist, it's a pretty well-established business path. So that's going to happen, but I will no longer be supporting any sponsored products on this channel. So if you support what I do and you think that I'm being honest, you are welcome to support me on, I have this Patreon thing. There's a newsletter and there's other stuff. I'm going to try to keep as much of it as free as possible. And I want you to know that I'm thinking about these things very, very seriously. And I take people's health seriously. And I take your viewing me and talking to me and listening to me. I take that all very seriously. So thank you so much for just listening to how I got taken in by charlatans. And I'm going to try to do better in the future and try to spot these patterns before I go out on the record. I really hope that it doesn't happen again. From Poke Bear LLC in Denver, Colorado, this was Scott Carney Investigates. Okay, so that was our incredibly long compilation on Andrew Huberman. I hope that you enjoyed this ride with me. You deserve a prize if you sat through the whole thing in one sitting. Maybe you were on a road trip and enjoyed me being in the background, or perhaps you fell asleep to my soporific voice. Whatever the case, I appreciate our time together. In the fall, Andrew Huberman will be releasing a new book. It's called Protocols, and I am sure that I will be weighing in once again. and hopefully not before then. Until next time, from Foxtopus Inc. in Denver, Colorado, this was Scott Carney Investigates. Thank you so much to my supporters here on Patreon and on Substack and even on YouTube who make this work possible. It means the world to me that you're here. And if you want to get your name on the honor roll, all you need to do is sign up at the links down below. From Foxtopus Inc. in Denver, Colorado, this was Scott Carney Investigates.